Thank you. Mayor John Harabedian.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem John Caposcia.
Here.
Council members Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Denise Del Mar.
Here.
And Jean Goss.
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And the Mayor Pro Tem is going to be leading us in our pledge and invocation. Everyone, please stand.
Okay, please place your right hand over your heart and ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, now if you can bear with me for a minute, because I did compose a prayer, and hopefully I can find it. Oh, boy.
Is it in here, maybe?
I'm sorry, I just don't, oh, here it is, okay. Okay. Okay, dear God in heaven, thank you once again for the blessings that you've bestowed on the beautiful city of Sierra Madre. We are all very thankful and fortunate to be able to live in the jewel of the San Gabriel Valley. We have our challenges ahead of us. With regard to tonight's agenda, all of us, citizens, staff, and city council, are working hard to ensure that Sierra Madre continues to be a place that we are all very proud to call our home. We strive to ensure that development occurs in an appropriate fashion that preserves the essential character of our town for the current and future generations. We also strive to ensure that our finances are such that we can meet the expectations of our citizens with regard to public safety, maintenance of our common infrastructure and facilities, and maintenance of programs that meet our needs and bind us together as a community without unduly burdening our tax-paying citizens. Dear God, please help us to conduct our deliberations in a positive, purposeful, and productive manner, and guide our judgment in a way that honors our city, our constituents, our democratic traditions, and our way of life. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you. And we'll get a report out of closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session this evening to discuss a claim received from CETT Investment Corporation threatening litigation. Direction was provided to the city attorney. The council also met in closed session to discuss the status of negotiations with the Police Association with its labor negotiator. Direction was provided to the labor negotiator. And finally, the council met in closed session with the city attorney to discuss a matter of potential initiation of litigation. No action was taken.
Thank you. Everyone had a chance to review the agenda. Any changes?
I'd like to pull out, if I may, I'd like to pull out item 1B just for discussion.
Okay.
So, on the roundabout.
Mm-hmm. Anything else? All right, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And that is approved. And the minutes?
There were just a couple of little, Madam City Clerk, it was Gary Hood, not Gary Wood, you wrote in there. And I believe council members, Goss's name was misspelled once in there, I don't remember.
I wasn't going to correct that because it spelled God. But I kind of like the sound of that, but it probably ought to be changed.
Thank you. I will catch
Those are
that.
the only changes I had.
I just had one typo, and I'll just pass this over to the city clerk.
Great. With those changes,
Thank you.
take a motion.
I move to approve the minutes with the changes.
Second.
All's in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. Mayor and City Council reports. I will start on my right with Councilmember Del Mar.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Staff has a correction in the minutes. The page 11 of 12, the closed session for CET, it should be noted that Councilmember Arizmendi did not participate in that closed session.
Okay.
And I would also like to make the same correction this evening from the reporting out regarding the CETT claim. Councilmember Arizmendi did not participate in that either.
Mm-hmm. She was not there. Okay, well noted. With that, we'll go on to the mayor and city council reports.
I don't have anything to report tonight.
Either way, who wants to go?
I'll just give a really brief report. I was appointed to the League of Cities Policy Committee for Community Services, and one of the issues, or two issues that they're looking at closely is e-cigarettes and what the state bills will look like and how that impacts cities, obviously. And more information I can bring back probably after the next meeting. And then the second piece was there's a bond that's being considered at the state level for equal distribution, or I should say proportionate distribution to all cities. And so I know we have a list of projects and repairs and maintenance issues for our different parks, and we'll make sure to bring that back to the league.
Great, thank you.
No report?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Just real quick, I did attend the Water Policy Committee meeting for the San Gabriel Valley COG today, and just a very minor thing, but it was approved to send a letter to our legislative, I forget the term they use for the people that get together to talk about water, just to encourage the Regional Water Board and the State Water Board to consider financial impacts to our NPDES problem, our stormwater problem. So, I mean, it's a good thing. There's a big effort to convince the EPA at the federal level and also at the state level that, a bigger and bigger of taxpayer burden is going towards water and related issues, and that should be taken into consideration when these mandates come down. So, just to let you know that.
Mm-hmm. It's called the TAC, right? Don't they call the group, the legislative group, isn't?
I forget
TAC?
the term for it.
No.
I forget what the term is though, but.
Yeah, well, great, thank you. I have no report. So we will open this up for public comment for items not on the agenda.
My name's Taryn Hildreth, 187 East Montecito. Due to the current litigation with the city, the trial has been rescheduled to start June 1st, but I'm going to be reading a statement again this evening. My husband Jeff and I have been trying to get a business license for nearly 3 months now. I submitted our business license application on January 21st, and due to the lack of response, I submitted multiple letters inquiring as to whether or not our business license was going to be issued. I finally received a letter from the city manager on February 27th. The letter was dated February 18th, however, the envelope was postmarked February 25th. In the letter, the city manager acknowledged that our property is in the manufacturing zone. However, she stated that we would need to apply for a home occupation permit as we are currently a non-conforming use. The Sierra Madre Municipal Code 5.04.020 Business License Purpose clearly states, this chapter is enacted solely to raise revenue for municipal purposes and is not intended as a regulatory measure. Further, the SMMC 5.04010 definition states, home occupation means any ongoing or repetitive business or professional use activity or utilization of residentially zoned and improved property by the inhabitants of said property, which is incidental and accessory to the primary residential use and does not generate an adverse impact to the surrounding neighborhood pursuant to the provisions of Chapter 17.85. The SMMC 17.85.010 purpose and intent states, the purpose of this chapter is to permit the conduct of limited business or professional activities in residentially zoned areas in such a manner that the residential appearance, character, and use of a dwelling unit is not changed and the operation of such home occupation is not detrimental to the quality of life and property values in the neighborhood. And finally, the SMMC 17.85.020 definition states, home occupation means any ongoing or repetitive business or professional use, activity, or utilization of residentially zoned and improved property by the inhabitants of said property, which is incidental and accessory to the primary residential use and does not generate an adverse impact to the surrounding neighborhood. Our property is not located in a residential zone. It is located in the manufacturing zone. You would think that the city would encourage conforming use consistent with the general plan. Our business license application stated that the business activity would be wholesale and internet sales of art, wine accessories, and other goods. These business activities are acceptable activities in the manufacturing zone. I have submitted the proper application for our zone. The city manager is stating that she has not denied our business license. However, the addition of unwarranted requirements that would not be required of any other citizen in the same circumstances is tantamount to a denial. As referenced above, the home occupation permit applies only in the residential zone. The Constitution provides for equal protection under the law. The city is required to apply the municipal codes evenly. I'm confident that any of our neighboring property owners would have been issued their business license over the counter the day their application was submitted. I respectfully ask that you instruct the city manager to issue the business license that we applied for. We are simply asking to be treated the same as any other property owner in the manufacturing zone. The retaliation has been going on far too long. I'd like to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Charlie Kissinger, 677 Brookside Lane. I'm kind of here on default since nobody else can be here. Tomorrow in this office, here, 6 o'clock, there will be a report and feasibility study on biomass to energy for the city of Sierra Madre. The Sierra Madre city is not committed or involved on any of this. It's more of a study. It'll be here at 6 o'clock. It'll be studying the biomass stream from the city of Sierra Madre direct to energy. I think there'll be people from Athens and Edison and a few other people here tomorrow. If they're not, I don't know. Anyway, it will be 6. They're looking for input. They're looking for feedback and discussions. There's an article on it in the Mountain View this week. And I sure hope people will show up. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
Hi, Pat Alcorn on Grandview. The Senior Master Plan Committee, Update Committee, is conducting a survey to determine the goals, policies, and guidelines for our senior services for the next 10 years. We're asking the older adult community to fill out a survey, and it's only just, a very short survey, which will help give a perspective of your views, the older adult, needs and values. I have copies here for anyone in the council chambers, but also it will be on the Sierra Madre Facebook page. So you can answer it online, going to the City of Sierra Madre Facebook. Scroll down to where you get to the section which is titled We Need Your Input, and then you'll find a link for the survey there. And we're trying to get the link also on the City of Sierra Madre site also, so that will be coming shortly. More hard copies of this can be found at the library, City Hall, Hart Park House. If you are not yet a senior, but you know someone who lives in the area, Sierra Madre or surrounding communities, please take one today for them or go pick one up for them. And the completed surveys can be returned to City Hall. The committee would really love to have your response. We're having a difficulty getting the response because our regular form of communication would be the seniors who are already active in the senior community. So we're trying to get those who are not currently active in the community or might not be currently but will be a senior fairly soon to answer our survey so we can really have a good plan, master plan for the senior commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, everyone. With that, we have a few presentations. The first presentation is the recognition of the centennial anniversary of the Armenian Genocide, and we are joined tonight with members of the Armenian National Committee of America. Thank you very much for coming. I'll say a few words, and then Sholig Yerpramian, the president of the ANCA chapter here in Pasadena, is going to say a few words. The Armenian Genocide happened 100 years ago, and it occurred between 1915 and 1923. During that time, the Ottoman government, which is modern-day Turkey, killed approximately 1.5 million Armenian men, women, and children, and forced countless others into forced labor. During the same time, the Assyrians, Greeks, and other ethnic minority groups were also targeted by the Ottoman government and suffered a similar fate. There are over 135 memorials spread across 25 countries that commemorate the Armenian Genocide. And as we speak, in the next few days, the Pasadena Armenian Genocide Memorial Committee is planning the memorial that will go up on April 18th, I believe, to commemorate the 100-year anniversary of the genocide. Today, many Armenians are proud to call Sierra Madre their home and also within the larger San Gabriel Valley. Sierra Madre, as we have the last 2 years, joins 21 countries, 43 states of the United States, including California, and numerous cities throughout California in recognizing and remembering the Armenian Genocide. And of course, its victims, survivors, and the heirs of those affected by it. We have a proclamation here, and as the proclamation states, we do this in order to remind ourselves that human tragedies like these take place and to make sure that our generation and future generations never allow something like this to happen again. Unfortunately, they are taking place still today, which is why it is so important to educate ourselves on these events and remain vigilant in preventing them both here and abroad. Again, here to accept the proclamation are members of the ANCA. The ANCA is a grassroots organization that works to advance the concerns of the Armenian American community, and what they've been working on for years now is gaining recognition both from the Turkish government and our federal government here in the United States of the Armenian Genocide, which hasn't occurred yet, and we're hoping on the 100-year anniversary that might change. Sholig is going to say a few words, but before she does, and go ahead, Sholig, and I'll read the proclamation as you come to the podium. The proclamation says, the Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, whereas from 1915 to 1923, 1.5 million Armenians lost their lives at the hands of the Ottoman Turkish Empire as part of a systematic program of genocide. And whereas the Armenian Genocide is a tragic example of what fear and intolerance of others leads to, the city of Sierra Madre is dedicated to remembering the atrocities committed against the Armenian nation and all humanity. And whereas the Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day commemorates this tragedy and helps people understand the needs to eliminate fear and other hatred from our community. And whereas our community, as a community, it is appropriate for us to stand together and join our Armenian brothers and sisters in the centennial anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. And whereas, as we remember the past, it is important that we dedicate ourselves to rebuilding a greater future by educating our community that the Armenian Genocide and other crimes against humanity as a testament to mankind's indomitable spirit. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre celebrates the Armenian spirit and hereby pays tribute to and recognizes those who have suffered as a result of the Armenian Genocide. Approved this 14th day of April 2015, City Council of Sierra Madre, Mayor John Harabedian, Mayor Pro Tem John Capocha, Council members Rochelle Arizmendi, Denise Delmar, and Jean Goss. And I'll present this to you after you say a few words.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor Harabetian, City Council members, staff, and audience. Good evening. I'm Sholig Yerpramian, the current chair of Armenian National Committee of America, Pasadena chapter. I'm here with two of my board members, our board vice chair and treasurer Vahe Majarian and Danny Donabedian, who's our board secretary. It is my distinct honor to be standing here tonight accepting this proclamation on behalf of ANCA Pasadena chapter board, all of our sister organizations, and most of all on behalf of the Armenian community in Pasadena and throughout the San Gabriel Valley. For the last 3 years, we appeared in front of this council for this purpose. However, this year it has more significance given the fact that it is the centennial anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. Despite the fact that 100 years have gone by since April of 1915, the wounds remain deep in every Armenian person's mind and soul. The 100th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide signifies a global demand for justice by Armenians worldwide and all people of goodwill. The work and the efforts of the ANCA has continued and will continue to spread throughout our community at every level of government, at every level of our educational institutions, to ensure that our larger community is well educated on the horrible events of 1915. As world leaders gathered in Armenia to commemorate the centennial, Armenians in Southern California get ready to commemorate as well, such as Advocacy Day in Sacramento on April 20th, Marching for Justice on April 24th, and a gathering in Montebello on April 25th, and many other events. In San Gabriel Valley, Armenians will participate in the unveiling of the newly constructed Genocide Memorial Project in the city of Pasadena in Memorial Park on April 18 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is a major and significant project not only for Pasadena but for the region. We look forward to seeing you all. Join us for the project unveiling on April 18, and I do have some flyers if I can pass those out to you. And finally, our community and ANCA appreciates receiving this centennial proclamation from the City Council. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And
Vahe,
I will
yeah.
give this to Madam Clerk.
And Vahe and Donnie, we can, every year it's just a picture with me. We can have a picture with the whole council if you guys want to come up. You know, I think that we can do everyone here. Yes, we'll make a picture. There you go. It is pretty. Yeah, it's something I'm sure it will. They are the best, right? It's better than Pasadena. I will vote too.
You were there on March.
Thank you
Very much.
Thank you. And, you know, you can stay for the rest of the meeting, but we won't move against you if you need it.
Bye.
Okay. All right. And we will move on to our next presentation, which is an exciting, that was a somber presentation. This is an exciting one. We have our newly appointed finance director, Marcy Medina.
I'd like to ask Marcy Medina to come up to the podium. Mayor, members of City Council, and all the members of the public, I'd like to introduce Marcy Medina to the Sierra Madre community. She comes to us most recently from the City of Long Beach, where she was the Assistant City Controller, but she has more than 20 years of local government experience. She's also a CPA, Certified Public Accountant, and also graduate of USC. And she has previously held the title of Finance Director, so she has wonderful experience, and I'm very, very excited to say we were able to entice her to come to Sierra Madre and be our Finance Director. I'll let her say a few words.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. It's a pleasure to be here joining the Sierra Madre team. I look forward to working with you, city staff, and in serving the community. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you, and welcome welcome to the team, and welcome to the city. And we look forward to working with you quite a bit. As you can see from our agenda, the budget is going to be a major item over this next couple months. So, yeah, exactly. I hope you got a lot of sleep before coming. But, folks,
Let's give her a round of
absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
And we'll have an update from our Public Works Director, Bruce
Director
Inman,
Inman.
on our water conservation.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. We'll do our monthly thing here with our conservation update. I wish I had better news, but we're still in the scorched earth mode here in California. For those that still don't believe that we're in a drought. It took us to that rain that we had last week to finally top what we got last year, just barely. So we are very low on rainfall here, as is the rest of the state. For March, our water use actually increased over the previous March. We used more water. Interestingly, though, the water consumption for March of 2015 was 24% less this year over the same period in 2013. So kind of keep that figure in mind as we go through the presentation. And the gallons per capita daily for March was 147. Now to this month. So far this month, we're just under 5% conservation. Water use has again decreased over April of 2014. So we're doing well there. And to get down to the third line, and note that our water consumption is 31% less this year over the same period in 2013. And our gallons per capita daily is up to 162. Now, how is all this affecting our wells? Unfortunately, the water levels are going back down. We've lost over 10 feet of elevation since mid-January, and that is without Sierra Madre pumping water from that aquifer. As you probably heard, on March 17th, the State Water Quality Control Board passed some additional regulations over and above those that the city adopted back in July. It is now illegal in California to irrigate within 48 hours following a measurable rainstorm. Water agencies such as Sierra Madre are now required to report conservation enforcement activities. And finally, water providers such as Sierra Madre are required to promptly notify customers when we become aware of leaks within the customer's control. Then on April 1st, the governor issued an executive order. That executive order included 31 individual provisions, and I'll just highlight some of them here. First, and perhaps most importantly, he's called for a 25% statewide reduction in urban water use. And with that, he also signified or stated that high-use areas would have to conserve proportionally higher levels than low-use areas. And we'll get to that in just a moment, too. Statewide, we are no longer to be using potable water for watering turf on public street medians, and we are no longer using potable water on, for example, the north end of Santa Anita. We are only watering that with water that we've collected from hydrant flushing in our water tanker. So if you get questions on why we're watering that, well, it's no longer potable water once it goes into our water tanker, so technically we can use it. However, I have directed staff to try and shy away from that and spend more of that water actually in our parks. Governor's executive order requires revision and strengthening of water-efficient landscape ordinances, so we're going to have to revisit our own local ordinance. Interestingly, there's a requirement in the executive order that the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection begin educating the public on the proper care of dead and dying trees. So inherent in this executive order is an understanding that we're going to be seeing dead and dying trees because of the drought. And what I thought was amazing reading through the executive order was the governor even went so far as to suspend CEQA for state and local actions needed for complying with the order. To me, that's a very strong indication of how important and how important it is for timely action here. The framework on these new regulations that are called for by the governor, as you know, on April 7th, a regulatory framework was released. April 17th, the draft regulations will be released. And before we get too carried away over this, the draft regulations may look significantly different from the draft regulatory framework. So as we go further through the presentation, please understand that the regulations may be changed by the time they become the real thing. And then early in May, the State Water Board will consider the regulations and potentially enact those. So what's this have to do with Sierra Madre? Well, the State Water Board in these in the regulatory framework established 4 tiers of conservation, ranging from 10% to 35%. And they base those tiers on each water provider's September 2014 residential gallons per capita daily use. That was the only summer per capita daily use that had been reported to them at that point, so that's what they pretty much were stuck with. It's interesting that they've used gallons per capita daily as their benchmark because their own website has indicated that that is not a fair unit of comparison between agencies, but they've used it anyway. Because our gallons per capita daily was greater than 165, that was the threshold, the city has been placed on Tier 4 with a requirement to conserve 35% over a 2013 base year. This is where I would call your attention to the numbers that I recited earlier. We're actually a lot closer to that than you might think. What we don't know is how we're going to have to structure our regulations to match what the state has come up with, because our gallons per capita daily fluctuates wildly between months. And I think you may have seen that as we talked about 162 this month, and it was 147 last month, and it's all over the place. And I've actually charted them here, and the regulation is set for 9 months to begin in June of 2015. I'm listing the gallons per capita daily goals there, but I don't know what the state's requirements are going to be as to how we're going to be reaching those citywide. Again, we're at 162 at the present time. And this was just a quick chart to show what our gallons per capita daily did in 2013. You can see it's not a straight line. It's not even increases and decreases between months. So it'll be difficult to come up with a regulatory framework within Sierra Madre. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have, and note that we will be discussing this further at an upcoming council meeting.
Director Inman, are they saying that we have to track this on a month by month? In other words, we have to go back to the corresponding month in 2013, or is it averaged over a year?
Well, they're not saying yet.
So that'll be in the rules.
That's why I'm hedging my bets in terms of
Okay.
what the regulations are going to be. They're not saying. They gave us the regulatory framework and said
Yeah.
it would be based, they would start with June 2013 and June 2015, and that they would start at that level. I don't see how we could even set up our own regulations knowing how our monthly consumption fluctuates.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, if they're going to give you like annualize it or have a rolling 12 months or something like that.
They may have something like that. We just haven't seen what
Yeah.
they're going to come up with.
Okay. So do you have any kind of an idea, say, to go on a 12-month rolling basis? If we look at where the month we're in, or say March, and go back a year and compare that to 2013, where would be, how much have we conserved over, a year's time and since 2013?
I haven't done that level of analysis yet,
Yeah.
but we are within the, let's say, the 22 to 31% range there.
Yeah.
So it's not like our customers are all going to have to conserve 35% more than they
Yeah.
already have.
Okay.
We've already made some significant
Yeah,
progress.
that's my sense, is that we're close,
Yeah.
and that, with a little bit more now that we've got, every day there's 3 or 4 articles in the paper about how serious this is, and I think people are starting to get the message. Like, for instance, since our last council meeting, we used up the rest of the money for turf removal. I mean, look how fast that happened.
I know.
So I'm hoping that we're going to be able to make it. I mean, a constituent asked me that perhaps we should protest this, since we had been, I think we're ahead of most cities as far as how much we have conserved. But my thinking is that from what I can see, the situation is going to get worse before it gets better, and it might be meaningless to ask for, relief on this when, just because of our own situation, we may have to even go over and above what they're asking if our aquifer doesn't recover and with the MWD starting to allocate, and we don't know when our district is going to start that process as well.
You do bring up an interesting point about possibly protesting this. City Manager Aguilar and I sat in on a web presentation last week that was put on by the state, and one of the people in the audience actually asked the question, well, this isn't fair, made the statement, this isn't fair to those that have already been conserving. What's going to be done about this to make it fair? And basically the state's response was, too bad, so sad.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, not in those words exactly, but it was pretty much,
Yeah.
oh well.
I also just want to share one comment from the Water Policy Committee that I had mentioned earlier. Shane from the Upper District was there, and his suggestion to those that are on the committee is he felt it was important that everybody in the San Gabriel Valley do our best to get ahead of the curve, because money hasn't been allocated from the Proposition 1 yet, and he felt that a good faith effort on the part of the San Gabriel Valley might help us, because we certainly have some projects in the works that we could use the money. So I thought that was important to mention too. I just forgot to mention that during my comments, but, so, okay.
Just a quick comment, and I guess I'm saying this more for the public than any other purpose, but people I talk to here in town are pretty well versed in water. They're getting well educated. I think some were already pretty well educated before all this happened. And one common thread that I get is that we're kind of feeling like agriculture has been left out of the picture here, given the huge amount of water they're using at the state level, and not all of it very efficiently. And I don't think this is the forum where we can solve that or make any headway towards that. But I'm wondering if in our city's discussions with the state, if that has come up, and if they have said anything that hasn't been in the press about what they're doing with agriculture.
We haven't had any discussions with them directly about it. I believe it was touched on in the presentation that City Manager and I sat in on. And there have been some hits on agriculture. It has not been just urban water users that have faced cutbacks. There's 500,000 acres or more that have gone fallow because of a lack of water. So there's a hit for everyone here. And speaking of that, one of the things that, just by way of reminder, there is a requirement that the city report every month what we do for enforcement. And I should report at this point that since the council gave us direction to begin enforcing, there have been 8 citations written. So we are taking a more active role in doing that.
Councilmember.
Just a general comment. I think as a city, we really have been in front of this curve and in front of this issue. And I know it's come up in a couple of news articles about the work that we've been doing as a city council and as a city. So, we should be commended, I think, for being able to foresee this. At the same time, it's very frustrating to know that they're using 2013 numbers when we know that we were really one of the high water users in the area. So it's frustrating, but at the same time, I know we've been doing a good job at it, but I think we're just going to have to work really hard now to meet this 35%.
Director Newman, quick question. To me, it seems like the per capita daily use by gallon, it seems like it would, not having much knowledge as to why it necessarily discriminates, it seems like it would hurt smaller cities more. And this is my theory, because within that metric, it's probably the city's use of water is also getting taken into consideration, correct? And in big cities with a lot of people, you get to spread that out per capita, right? I mean, in cities like Glendale, they have 200,000 people, so the per capita, the denominator is really big. Here, we have 11,000 people, and cities have to use water, right? So I think that metric really hurts communities like Sierra Madre, South Pasadena, San Marino, which all of us ended up in Tier 4. I don't know, there's other reasons why we probably ended up there too, but I'm just wondering is there a basis for an appeal based on that metric being, inherently discriminatory to smaller cities? I just think that the less citizens you have, the less, people you have that live in your city, you have less people to spread the amount of water usage, a lot of which is institutional and being used by the city, by a per capita number. So Is that what you were getting at when you said it's inherently unfair, or is there something else that I'm missing?
Well, the state board, when they made the statement, or make the statement on their website that this is not really a fair comparison unless all factors are considered, they list several factors. And one of the primary factors that should be considered is density. Some of these low water use cities have very high densities, so you're not looking at that water use that goes into the landscape.
Well, that goes hand in hand with my point.
irrigation.
The more density, the more people are going to be there too, right? So, I mean, I guess it's part of the same.
Yeah.
Part of the same argument. Okay. Well, I don't think that. I assume even if we do protest, as you said, nothing's really going to change. But it might be worth considering putting a letter.
We have.
And we have.
We have.
We've written to the
There was a
governor.
deadline before tonight's meeting.
Good.
And we did send a letter off with our concerns.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to the consent calendar. And we'll go over 1A, everything but 1B right now, and then 1B has been pulled, so.
Okay. Everything except 1B. At 1A is adoption of Resolution 1512, approving the city's demands. At 1C is the notice of completion for the West Grandview Sewer Project. At 1D is the notice of completion for the fiscal year 13-14 Street Improvement Project, Phase 2. At 1E is a recommendation to award a contract to Condor Incorporated in the amount not to exceed $152,700 for the replastering of the municipal lap pool and wading pool. At 1F is a recommendation to award a contract to KB Environmental in an amount not to exceed $11,950 for abatement and removal of asbestos and lead base paint from the former Dutyman House at 579 East Sierra Madre Boulevard. And at 1G is the second quarterly treasurer's report for the current fiscal year. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Any questions on 1A, the demands? No. 1C, West Grandview Sewer Project. D. E.
I have a question on E.
Okay.
Madam City Manager, as I recall, the first time we looked at this, we had bids that were significantly lower than $152,000. But I think there was some question about how the bidding contractors were certified. Could you explain that to us? Why we're looking at this much to plaster the pool?
The bids that were significantly less weren't real bids. They were estimates that were obtained by Waterworks.
Okay.
And we don't know
Those are
what.
phony numbers,
We don't know
basically.
what they were asking for. I mean, there wasn't a formal bid document, so we don't know what
Okay.
they asked for the estimate for. And they also were not probably contractors that need to have the certifications that you do to do public works contracts. So those were, they were bids, but they weren't real numbers. We did rebid it, and the number was actually higher when we did a formal bid process. And I think this is our third. I'm looking at either
Bruce?
James, Bruce, or Adam. We've bid this 3 times now, and we do think this is the best. It's gone down a little bit, but it still is a large amount of money.
Okay, thank you.
Just a comment on that, but I mean, again, what happened here is because we're a city, I mean, our contractors have to meet prevailing wage requirements and things like that, and I think the public sometimes doesn't remember that these are restrictions imposed upon us by the state.
Correct.
And I just do want to point out that was good news that we actually asked staff to go back and rebid this the last time because we did save money. So that's, thank you for doing that, and it came out pretty good, I think, so.
Yeah. And technically, I mean, the funds, we have 100,000 right now, and then the other 50 will accumulate through rents, so
We will get our money back.
get the money back. Great. 1F, any questions?
I have a question. Madam City Manager, we do have this budgeted, correct?
Correct. There was $50,000 in the budget to rehab it, and in the interim, we're no longer rehabbing it, we're demolishing it, so there's adequate funds in the budget.
And the treasurer's report, any questions on that? Okay, I'll open items 1A and then C through G, open it up for public comment. And seeing none, we'll bring it back. Any final comments before we vote? If not, entertain a motion.
Move to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item 1B.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that passes unanimously. Item 1B, and I don't know if this would be the city manager or the director of public works. And the director of public works is leaving, so I assume it's not him.
Recreation.
Is it Adam?
I don't think so.
Madam City Manager, were you going to give a quick
On 1B.
1B?
The city attorney is just bringing to my attention, if you go back to the pool replaster, there were a number of alternatives in the staff report to make up the difference between the $100,000 we have in the bank from waterworks rents versus the extra $52,000. The options were that to not bid it, which you didn't do. The other one was to use unallocated general fund reserves and then not pay ourselves back. Wouldn't recommend. The other one was to use the general fund reserves and use the rent that comes in to pay ourselves back. I assume that was the option
Yeah.
council preferred. And the other one was to just tell Waterworks they need to give us the whole the extra $52,000 now.
Well, I assume we tried to tell him that,
And,
right?
yeah, and that didn't hit.
So we're just gonna assume.
City attorney just wants me to clarify, we're fine with
Yeah.
paying ourselves back with the rents.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Okay, 1B is the consideration of a contract extension for the city's dial-a-ride fixed route and the roundabout system.
Shall I just say first why I asked to pull
Sure.
it? Okay, it's because I got an email from one patron of the system, and this person claims that she was unaware of the changes that were proposed and didn't feel that her opinion was ever, or she didn't have an opportunity to express her opinion. So my question to the city manager is, how did we go about getting feedback for the proposed changes, and is this really meeting the needs of the regular patrons? So if we can just sort of explain how this all came about and how you got the feedback, that'd be helpful.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Just to answer the questions that you do have that were posed by one of our patrons of the Dollar Ride service, the recommendation for the changes of the hours to both the Dollar Ride and fixed route transit were made based on direct feedback we had received from patrons that do utilize both of those services. We've received feedback from patrons stating that the evening hours of the Dollar Ride weren't usable hours for them, so that was the 5 to 6 o'clock time frame for Dollar Ride. We also received feedback from our seniors that utilize the lunch program. If you're a senior that has lunch at the Hart Park House, the final pickup for the fixed route transit, it will only take you to half the city. So it was based on that feedback that we extended it an extra half an hour, so it would complete a loop from the Hart Park House to all of the cities. So people on the residents on the west side of the city were still able to utilize the fixed route transit to have lunch and then make it back to their home with a drop-off location near their home. So currently the hours, it only drops you off at the eastward at the Sierra Vista Park location. It doesn't go to the west side of the city at the end of the route. So that was the reason why we had switched those hours. Also based on that feedback, the feedback were the morning hours were more usable hours for the Dollar Ride service. So that's the reason why we added that additional hour to the beginning of Dollar Ride services. That was based on direct feedback that we received from residents, as well as feedback from First Transit, which is our contracted provider.
So the seniors could not get home basically after lunch, is what you're saying?
If you lived west of the Hart Park House, it did not complete a full route after the lunch program.
Mhm. Okay.
But now it does. Under this
With
With
proposal.
the proposed changes, it would allow for the route to continue to the west side of the city at the conclusion of the fixed route.
What were they doing now? Well, I guess people would just not get on. but
wouldn't use it.
They just wouldn't use it.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they'd force them to get off and walk home.
They either weren't able to utilize it, or they would have to carpool with other seniors that may live in their area. So it wasn't the most advantageous situation for those that lived west of the Hart Park House that wanted to go to the lunch program.
And we do have a lot of seniors who utilize that program, correct? The lunch program?
Included in the report, you know, on average, we've been in the 150 to 200 range for both dollar ride and the fixed route. If you notice, in January, our fixed route numbers have increased quite a bit, and that coincided with the addition of adding the Hastings Ranch location. When Albertsons closed the fixed route, they didn't have a supermarket location, so we added that, and that bumped up our numbers. And if you look at the dollar ride numbers, they've actually slightly decreased since we've instituted those changes in 2012. We were in the 200 range in 2013, and we've slowly kind of decreased down to about the 130 range within the past few months for dollar ride service. So again, looking at those numbers, we were trying to find ways to boost and increase the attendance or participation in those programs that we offer.
Okay, well, it's good to see that it is on the upswing and that people are using it. And that's
The fixed route, yes.
Yes, Okay, now you don't collect data by the hour, say? I
We
mean, we
don't.
don't really know, like in the morning, the earliest route, people don't ride it that much, or?
For the fixed route, it's just for the time frame per day. Dollar ride, I would have to double check with First Transit to see if they have specific logs with the breakdown for usage between the morning and the afternoon, evening time slots.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm comfortable with it. I mean, the Community Services Commission did approve this unanimously.
They
I
did.
understand too, so. Okay, I just wanted to just make sure that we did have a viable feedback from
Review, sure.
most of the people that ride it. Okay, thank you. So I'm okay. Does anybody else?
No, and actually, did it go before Community Services or the Senior Commission?
It went before Community Services for review
Okay.
and approval recommendation to the City Council.
Thought I read
And
that.
it was also reviewed by the Senior Commission,
it.
which agreed with the recommendation of the Community Services
So I guess,
Commission.
yeah, I went to both, yeah. Okay, it's good to know.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Adam. We'll open this up for public comment. And seeing none, we'll bring it back.
Okay, I'm good with it.
Okay. I'll take a motion then.
I move that we make the recommended changes as presented.
All's in favor?
Aye.
That is unanimous. We'll move on to item number 2, which is a public hearing on ordinance number 1364, amending chapter 7.20, one family residential zone.
We do have our Acting Director of Planning and Community Preservation, Leticia Cardoso, giving the staff report. And she does have a PowerPoint presentation. It's not 30 slides, though.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. As you know, there's been a growing concern on the part of the Community Planning Commission and City Council regarding excessive bulk and mass of new and remodeled residences in the R1 zone in the city, and their lack of consistency with the small village character of Sierra Madre. These concerns have been reflected in a number of new policies, as you may recall, included in the draft general plan update document that is estimated to be adopted in July of 2015. by the City Council. However, due to the immediate need to address these concerns, the Planning Commission wished to move forward with some recommendations on amendments to the R1 ordinance ahead of the adoption in July. The R1 zoning ordinance currently includes a total floor area threshold beyond which a conditional use permit is required. Currently, it's a 4,000 square foot threshold, including a garage, and that is for any lot size. In the course of discussing the revisions for the current CUP threshold, the Planning Commission also determined that other sections of the R1 ordinance should also be amended due to their effect on the bulk and mass of single-family residences and overall consistency of new development with the existing neighborhood. So they went ahead and not only are recommending revising the existing 4,000 square foot threshold for the CUP, but also requiring a conditional use permit for a new second story in additions to existing second stories, revisions to maximum allowable floor area formulas, elimination of the ability to continue an existing non-conforming second story setback, also eliminating the existing minimum allowable floor area of 1,200 square feet. The code does currently have a minimum size of a residence in Sierra Madre, and also a reduction in the cumulative side yard setbacks subject to CUP. They are recommending that instead of the minor CUP that's typically required for that if the project is subject already to a conditional use permit, then it can all be folded into a conditional use permit. This is just for reference in terms of what areas of the city this would apply to. Generally speaking, the lighter yellow, if you can tell that's yellow, areas of the city, those are the R1 7,500 minimum lot sizes. The next one is the lighter yellow, which is R1 9,000. There's a little bit here as well. Then R1 11,000, which is the darker, brighter yellow. And finally, the orange areas, which are the R1 15,000 minimum lot areas. And those comprise the R1 zone in the city. The allowable gross floor areas for all structures on a single lot that exceeds either by addition or new construction, the amounts indicated below. Currently, as I mentioned earlier, there is one threshold regardless of lot size, and that's 4,000 square feet, beyond which a conditional use permit is required to add that floor area or to build a house that is greater than 4,000 square feet, even when the lot size allows it to be greater than 4,000. What the Commission is recommending is that it is now broken down by ranges of lot sizes in terms of new thresholds. So the 2,500 square feet would be for lot areas up to 7,500. Then the range between 7,501 and 11 would be 3,000, and lot areas from 11,001 and up would be 3,500 square foot of floor area. Above those numbers, then a CUP would be required for those lot sizes. They also are recommending that the formula for the maximum allowable floor area be revised. And by the way, the former slide I forgot to mention is important. These square footages do include garage, just so you know. That's often a question that is asked. Some cities don't include that in their thresholds. Maximum allowable floor area, the existing, I'm showing both the existing and the proposed so you can see the difference. The ranges have changed as well, as you can see slightly. What the Planning Commission is proposing is the first one is 35% of lot area, which for a lot size in the existing of 6,000, 2,100 is 35% of that lot area. So what this has done is that now it varies with the lot size. It's no longer just a set number. It's actually 35% of the lots under 7,500. The next range would be 7,500 to 11. What this number is basically 35% of 7,500 square foot lot is actually 2625, so it picks that up on the next range and it adds 25% of lot area over the 7,500. And the same is the case here for 11,000. This calculation derives 3,500. So on top of that, they recommend a 10% of lot area over 11,000 square feet. Some examples here of how this would be realized based on different lot sizes. So starting with a lot size that's 5,900. Not too many of those in the city, but there are some. Existing, based on the existing formula, is 2,100. Under the proposed formula would be 2,065, so not very different from what's from the existing. 7,500 square foot lot, there's actually no change in terms of what you can derive. Moving on to lot size 9,000, you start seeing a little bit more of a difference. And as you move forward and move up in size, lot size, you start seeing a greater changes. Greater changes in between the existing and the proposed. And as you can see here, it starts reducing. So lot size 20,000 and then 30,000, and ultimately a lot size that is, for example, a whole acre, which is 43,560 currently. Under the existing would be 8,734. The proposed would decrease it by almost 2,000 square feet. So as you can see, the greater lot size, the larger the lot size, the greater difference that you would make in terms of the proposed versus the existing. Finally, just to give you an idea in terms of how many lots, how what this will affect, how many lots each range would affect. Under 7,500, there are 366 lots in the city that fall under that size. The next range would be 75 to 11. That's approximately 1,016 lots, and then 11,000 and up. And then finally 1 acre, there are, and over, there are 19 lots in the city, so those would be mostly affected. There were also, as I mentioned, some changes, the second story and two-story additions, which currently allow continuing a non-conforming side yard setback. That is being proposed to be eliminated so that those second stories would have to conform with the required setbacks. Also, as I mentioned, the minimum size for a structure, the Planning Commission felt that they did not want to discourage smaller houses in Sierra Madre, so they are eliminating that minimum required of 1,200. And I believe that, and then also the minor CUP, which typically is required to reduce the cumulative side yard setbacks from 30% to 20% in lots that are wider than 60 feet. They, if the project triggers a CUP under the thresholds, then you could just fold everything into the CUP instead of also requiring a minor CUP for the reduction. So those are the changes that they're recommending. The chair of the Planning Commission, Manish Desai, is here tonight in attendance, and also I think, Gina Fryman Hunt, another commissioner, is also here in attendance tonight, and they can answer questions that you might have for the commission. And in terms of your alternatives, you can introduce and approve for first reading by title only and waive further hearing the ordinance number 1364 that was included in your packet. Introduce and approve for first reading by title only and waive further reading as amended by the City Council. And the third alternative would be to direct staff to modify ordinance number 1364 for further consideration. Staff's recommendation tonight for you is to introduce and approve for first reading by title only and waive further reading ordinance number 1364. And this concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. I'm sure there's a few questions from everyone, so we can start with whoever wants to jump in. I can start. The reduction in the cumulative side yard setback. I'm having what exactly is being proposed?
It's actually really just it's really a change in the processing of the
Right.
request. It's not changing the section in terms of what can be requested. The lots that are greater than 60 feet wide, they require a cumulative side yard setback of 30% of the lot width, and that gets distributed between the two sides as long as the total amounts to 30%. There is a section in the code that allows an applicant to request a reduction to 20% from 30% based on a minor conditional use permit, approval of a minor conditional use permit. The commission felt that if an application is already going to the commission for a conditional use permit because it exceeds those thresholds under the CUP requirement, then it can also be, that request for reduction can be folded into the CUP instead of requiring that a minor CUP application be filed also for the project. It really is just a processing, it streamlines the processing of that request.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't we do that? I guess existing, if you had a 4,100 square foot house and you already need to get a CUP, we couldn't, as the code exists now, you can't just wrap in the request to reduce down to 20% within that CUP?
Right, you also have to submit an application for a minor CUP, but it all goes to the commission. So
Yeah,
it just
I think that's good.
streamlines that process, and it reduces the cost of
I
the.
thought that's what, it seemed like it was making life easier. I wanted to make sure. Okay.
I do have one question. When you talk about the lot size, are we talking about the buildable area on the lot side or the total square footage?
The total square footage.
First of all, I just want to commend you for being able to put that in the slide and interpret all of this. So I think you did a really good job in being able to help us understand a little bit more. If you can we take a look at that slide with the examples of what the lot sizes would look like with the existing versus the proposed? And I think it would be the larger, actually that's perfect.
Oh,
the second
next one?
Yeah.
The second one.
So I think, I guess I'm trying to understand how, what the formulas are and understanding also and appreciating what the purpose is of what we are trying to do. And by no means am I going to purport to be any kind of expert, much less at the basic understanding of this. But, thinking that we are saying, okay, the bigger the lot size, or I should say whatever the lot is, to have a house that's built on, that whatever's built on it to be a size that is not too big and within proportion of what we're seeing throughout the city. Now, taking that very last example with 1 acre, and existing right now, we can have an 8,700 square foot home on there, and with the proposed to have that big of a discrepancy, is it just because we're taking this formula and then just expanding it out as opposed to just saying whatever's proportionate to the land size? And I don't know if my question is even making sense, but I guess it's just, this slide really shouted out to me as to like what the difference is of what it could look like and what our intent is.
What has happened is, the formula has changed, obviously, you understand that, and what's happened is also that the base square footage that you start with for those lot sizes has changed as well, and the percentage over the 11,000 has also changed. So that's basically, it still allows, obviously greater square footage, but the formula has been reduced so that the total allowable floor area has been reduced. I don't know how else to, I don't know if that answers your question. I'm not sure if I'm
it does. It is the formula and I understand it, but I guess it's just hard to grasp the idea of how much it's decreased, and especially with such a large space with an acre. So to have 1,500, 2,000 square foot less of house from what's existing right now, or what could be built right now.
And I do have another question. What this means is if someone has a project that falls into one of these categories, then they have to apply for a CUP, right?
Well, not necessarily.
If they want to go over any of those?
You first start with this to see how much you are allowed to build.
Right.
And once you have determined how much you're allowed to build, then you would check this to see whether you fall above or under or at these square footages. If you're in the size and you're allowed to build 2,400, then you don't need to apply for a CUP. If you are allowed to build 2,600, and that's what you want to do, then you do have to get a CUP. So these are not, that formula that you saw does not guarantee that you will be able to achieve that maximum. You still have to go through a CUP process if you exceed
The requirement.
these numbers.
And right now.
If you don't exceed, then you can do it what we call by right. If you comply with the zoning ordinance, building code, you can go straight into plan check. for a
And
bu- for a
and right
building permit.
now, we have one threshold for the CUP.
Regardless of lot size.
Regardless
So
of
this
lot
would
size.
tailor it to the different ranges of lot sizes, correct?
And it's just a way for this to go before the planning commission, and another way for us to make sure the house that's being built there is within its mass and.
Right. And what you can see here as well is that what this means also is that it increases the purview of the planning commission. As you can see, the highest number is 3,500, so it's reduced from the 4,000, and also reduced for all of them, really. But ultimately, for the largest ones, has been reduced by 500 square feet, as far as the threshold.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just have some questions about both at the top and the bottom of the spectrum, but let's start with the existing under 6,000 square feet, the old. You could build up to 2,100 square feet provided that you meet all the setbacks. But I'm wondering, because I know we've got some really tiny lots. I know on Victoria Lane and right behind the downtown area. And I just, playing around with some numbers, like I know there's lots 50 wide by 75 deep and less.
Mm-hmm.
And that would really make it to where you can't build very much on some of these. And I'm wondering, has that been thought through? And maybe later during comment, maybe the commissioners can comment on that, because my concern is two things, is that we don't want to, we want to encourage people at basically all ends of the spectrum. We don't want, I know my son just looking for a house, I mean, they can't afford Sierra Madre. And I want to make sure that we're not setting an arbitrary threshold here to make it more and more difficult for people to buy their first house in Sierra Madre. So, under 6,000 square feet, you could build up to 2,100, and now for very tiny lots, that is going to ratchet down somewhat.
Right.
So I'm going to hold that thought, but we might want to discuss that, and I would like to hear the intent from the planning commissioners on that. Also with the top end, I mean, it struck me, if you just look at 1 acre, the example you put up there, we're reducing the maximum allowable square footage by about 2,000 square feet on a 1 acre lot.
Right.
Now, my concern thinking about this, not that I'm necessarily, sympathetic to people that live in an 8,000 square foot house, as someone of limited means myself, but at the same time, I know we're concerned about subdividing, and if you don't allow somebody to, best use of their property, are we now, in unintended consequences, now we are kind of incenting somebody to perhaps subdivide a lot? Because I did a couple of checking. Can you put the zoning map back up there? If you look down at the bottom here, you see some pretty big lots.
Yes.
And I checked a couple of those, and some of them are just under an acre, and surprisingly, some have pretty small houses on them, 2,200 square feet.
Yep.
And at some point, these are going to turn over, and one of two things is going to happen. Somebody's going to want to build a big house, because the properties themselves are worth over $1 million just by themselves, or they're going to want to subdivide it, and those are big enough to subdivide under the rules that we have. So, I mean, have we thought that through? I mean, is it better to allow somebody to perhaps build a bigger house, and it has to go through anything over 3,500 square feet has got to be through a CUP anyway, so nobody will ever be allowed to build something that is inappropriate, so why are we restricting it by so much?
One thing you can also consider, again, that's a very good question. I know that there's an interest in, it's actually one of the policies of the updated general plan to consider increasing the minimum lot sizes.
Mm-hmm.
That would be one way to address it. If you wish to not only reduce the maximum allowable, but also increase the minimum lot size, you could control it that way. so that you would not be able to subdivide. Even if you wanted to, you could not make the minimum lot size.
But those lots that are very close to an acre.
Nothing much you could do there. I mean, they're gonna be
Well,
able to, yeah, no matter what we
exactly.
do.
What are you gonna do, make the minimum lot size 2,500 or 25,000
25,000.
square feet? I mean, that's kind of a stretch to think that we could do something like that. I mean, maybe we could, but, so, anyway, I just want to hold that thought for discussion, and I'd like to hear what the planning commission, some comments on there, but, maybe it's just a little overly restrictive because we've got the CUP threshold in place, and from what I've seen since I've been paying attention, the planning commission really doesn't allow anything crazy to be built. This planning commission, but that's true, but planning commissioners are also appointed by the council, and hopefully, the council could turn over and you could have a bunch of pro-development people here that put their agents on the planning commission, but, I mean, I just don't see that happening in Sierra Madre, but it could, so, yeah. Okay, anyway, that's just a thought I had.
Good questions. I have a few questions. Going to the second story issues, can you explain a little bit more about why the Planning Commission wants to, I guess, do away with, or now apply the setback requirements for second story?
Again, it goes in line with the bulk and mass issue. Often, if a home already does not comply, the first story does not comply with the required setbacks, you could run into a situation where now you have a second story on top of that aligns itself with that first story, and it also does not meet the angled plane requirement, which, as you know, it's relatively new, and it has an effect on privacy and in views, in light and air for the adjacent property. It really is a way of addressing the bulk and mass of a house, and having the commission weigh in on that, and having the ability through a CUP to notify neighbors. As you may recall, another policy of the general plan update is that neighbors be notified of when a second story is being proposed for construction, and that would make it so that it is a discretionary process that then allow us to notify the neighbors. And the neighbors have a chance to weigh in. When you do that just through a plan check process, when it's not a discretionary action, the neighbors can come in and look at it and comment and perhaps have valid comments, but it's a ministerial process where you can't really condition, or you can't require the applicant to make any changes in order to make findings. So it throws into a broader discussion with neighbors that may be affected by that second story. It tries to address the bulk and mass issue, which often is associated with two-story homes. One-story homes typically don't run into those issues as much. So that's a way of addressing that overall issue with the bulk and mass also.
Yeah, I guess my concern, whereas the floor area restrictions do, I think, on the larger lots, I think we do see some maybe unintended consequences, and it's more concentrated in terms of the effect on, lots that are over 30,000 square feet, for example. I think the second story CUP, as I see it, and I'm trying to get a sense of, exactly why we're doing it, I think it really does, it becomes so almost punitive for an owner of a smaller lot. For example, if you own a 6,500 square foot lot and you have a family, you move in there with a small family, and the family grows, I don't really see any sort of options for expanding your house other than putting on a second story, whether that's a single bedroom, master suite, whatever it is. And we're essentially saying that if you do want to do that, you have to pay whatever it is, $3,000, come before the...
About $4,300.
Yeah, $4,300, come before our planning commission so that we can tell you that you can build a master suite. I think that what we're really, I think this type of policy, which seems unique. I don't know how many cities, and I didn't really look, so how many cities require a CUP for second story addition?
Some do. I can't tell you
Yeah.
exactly the number,
And
but
don't worry
we
about
do
it.
a survey
Yeah.
of the general area, and some do require
Some do.
that. And there are different standards they use. Some of them use a you can do it, but, no more than 75% of the
Yeah.
first floor area. So they try to limit it in other ways.
Yeah.
And the commission did consider those, other options.
Yeah, I guess my question then is, did the planning commission consider how it would, and they can speak to it in a little bit, but how this would be, again, somewhat punitive, I think, to smaller lot size owners, which, if you looked at the numbers, that's over half the city. And I think we do want to encourage, from a policy perspective, we want to encourage folks to stay here. We want to encourage them to improve their homes and do good things with their homes and make sure that we don't have, rundown neighborhoods. And I think that part of that sometimes is putting on a second story. So I just don't know what the policy, beyond the bulk and mass issue, which to me, I think you can get there in different ways, and I think the CUP is one way to get there. Maybe you, and we've discussed this before, maybe you go to full design review. I don't know, but I'm just wondering if we're essentially saying that if you buy a small home here on a small lot, we're saying you really don't have a ton of freedom as to what you want to do. And, was that anything in terms of the public or some of the commissioners? Did we hear the kind of dissent on the second story CUP issue?
I don't recall that we did.
No?
But just so you also understand, and you may already understand this, but I just wanted to make sure I clarify. Currently, some of the homes where they are proposed new second stories or addition to second stories don't have to go to planning commission because they don't exceed that 4,000 square foot. So they go through a plan check process.
Yeah.
And
Under the existing code.
Under the existing
Exactly,
code.
right.
And then, so we have no ability to condition or to even really work with the applicant to perhaps reduce that impact on neighbors. By requiring a CUP for all second stories, it would allow those impacts perhaps to be addressed and perhaps limited or diminished.
Well, I guess that's a really good point. I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting at. Have we had a mass of folks coming down to City Hall complaining about, I know about the Japanese garden individual, okay? So, I think that's something that everyone's aware of, but do we have a ton of people complaining about neighbors putting on second stories here in Sierra Madre, and folks complaining that their quality of life has significantly been affected? I haven't heard that. I hear a lot as a council member these past 3 years. I've never once been approached about that issue. So to me, it's almost solution looking for a problem, which is an overused term or overused phrase, but I've never once heard anyone come to me and say, my neighbor is putting on a second story and it's not going through a CUP process. Gosh, I really wish, that I could halt this. And so, I mean, were there folks coming to the Planning Commission in these last couple of years, or even during this process, saying, this is really smart because, second stories are a real problem in Sierra Madre and they're ruining my life? Did we hear stuff like that?
I wouldn't say in mass. We do get questions once in a while on plan checks and why somebody, a neighbor did not hear about it. They come in generally after the fact when it's starting to be constructed. We'll get that every so often. One that we got actually repeatedly were the Camillo houses. You may be aware of those two houses next to each
I live right up the street from them, yeah.
Those were, again, they were approved by right because they met all of the R1 ordinance requirements and building code. So staff had no discretion whatsoever in terms of, it's a straight up two-story where there was one garage in one property and a house in another property. It was approved by right because it did not fall under a discretionary. We did not exceed 4,000 square feet on either one of those lots, and they made sure that it didn't. And so that's what happened with those houses. Those are the ones that we hear a lot about as basically Exhibit A in with regards to this issue. So, but is this an onslaught of people coming to City Hall? No, not on a daily basis. We get questions every so often about those that go through the plan check without needing a conditional use permit.
And I can add to that. During the general plan process, we heard a lot about this, and actually that's why we put in to the general plan, you need to be able to notify your neighbors. And I think this is the way they came up to doing that. That's just the best way.
Yeah.
Because we did hear, and it wasn't that they didn't want the second stories, they just wanted to make sure their privacy was protected, or they wanted to see what it looked like. Perhaps they could make some suggestions on the design of it. But that, it did come up a lot.
It's good to know.
And I just wanted to add on too is that I haven't brought up campaigning in a while, but I can say when I was campaigning, multiple people were really expressing concerns about how they did not have a say in the second story, blocking their view. It just came up, and for multiple reasons. But I could say at least more than, I don't know, 10, 15 people that were making comments about it.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? That was going to be the next thing. We'll open up for public comment, but I'm going to allow the commissioners to go first. We have two of them in attendance. We have the chair. So I won't even cut you off after 3 minutes, so if you want to.
Good evening, Mayor and fellow council members. I think Leticia put it well. I mean, we did consider a lot of what the points you brought up. I mean, the main thing we were looking at addressing was the compatibility of homes that are built in their neighborhoods and in their areas. And R1 being sort of the largest bulk of the housing stock in town, we really felt the way to attack that, one issue was just the CUP threshold. At 4,000, what was happening was a lot of projects, you know, and Leticia had provided us a great Rolodex of recent projects in the last 2 years where what would happen is, since the threshold was at 4,000, the homes were coming in at 3990 or something like that. I think a couple were actually 1 square foot below that. And so it allowed or didn't allow us enough sort of oversight or review of these projects that, you know, a house that's around 4,000 is not a small house. And sort of the bulk and mass, regardless of the lot size you're looking at, it's more often than not, it can be disproportional to the size of the lot and how it's configured. And we weren't seeing those projects, many of them. And I think the stepped threshold was the best solution to kind of give us the opportunity, depending on the size of the lot. Again, it's geared towards the lot sizes, to allow us to see those projects in full review and allow, you know, the community to come in and sort of comment, you know, whether they're neighbors or in the neighborhood. I think it was an important factor that we would get to see the bulk of the project. So, I mean, we sort of increased our workload or oversight here, but the point being, at 4,000, a lot was dropping through the cracks. And here, I think there's still enough latitude where we're not going to see every single project, but we're going to see those that sort of bump up on the higher end of those tiered thresholds. So that was the first thing, to allow the commission, planning commission, to see more projects that are being built and sort of look them over. And the second component was just sheer taking away some of the mass and bulk. And the majority of that's, I guess the easiest mechanism to that is to allow less house. You know, obviously the devil's in the details in how they're configured and laid out, but the point being, you know, the houses are to reduce the size that's allowed on the lots. And to the point of the larger, sort of the upper end, I think Leticia sort of pointed out, I think we're looking at probably 19 properties in town that sort of applies to, not to sort of diminish that, but the point being, we were trying to create a scale that was proportional to the lot. So, you know, when we say that, you know, now they're not able to build, they were able to build about an 8,700 square foot house, and now it's 6,700. My answer to that would be, that's still a very substantial property. We can argue the merits of that, but I think, you know, we're still allowing a proportional percentage of the lot for a house. And I think that's even on the smaller scale, where when it currently, as it exists, you're allowed 2,100 square feet on any lot that's 6,000 or less. And there are examples in town where, off of Victoria and sort of right below Bethany there, that lots, those tiny lots, and they built basically to the ends. And what that means is on smaller lots where we do have some that are 3,500, 4,000 square feet, you're still allowed 2,100 square feet on those lots. So you can imagine you get out of proportion there on a 4,000 square foot lot or 45, you're still allowed 2,100 square feet. And I think the fairest sort of allowance is to scale it in a percentage to the lot size. So yes, I wouldn't put it as punitive. I think, you know, that's the lot size you have or have purchased, and yes, you can improve that, but it's still proportional, and it's the same proportion to some degree with all lots that are in that range, you know, 7,500 and below. So, yeah, we didn't see it that way as sort of, you know, penalizing the smaller the lot gets. And the second story, I think the bulk of our sort of issues that have come up or projects that have had a lot of the community involvement in speaking to were projects that had a second story. And so that's right there, you know, the light, view, access, you know, privacy. And you don't see a lot of the projects that come that are single story and sort of spread out on the lot, you know. It's really the ones with the second story. And we didn't really have a mechanism in place that would allow us to see those projects as well. And I think the CUP avenue provides us the best opportunity, not only for the commission to look at it, but also the general public to come in and comment in a more official and public manner. So that's kind of how we fell on that side of the issue on those. So I don't know.
Very helpful. Yeah, thank you. And if
Questions,
any
though?
questions for the chair?
You have concerns about the other issue I raised, that perhaps if people can't build the size house they want, that they could be incented or could drive the economics towards subdividing to get the maximum use of the property?
You know, I don't think it's a stretch for us to develop something where on those larger or super large estate-sized lots, you know, that are acre, that we can create, because even in our R1 zone, we have a sub zone, not zone, but area. They're broken down into R1 7,500, R1 11,000, 15,000. So to go to the route where on that upper end the subdivision would be large enough where the minimum lot size could be broken up to a larger size, so that the subdivision would be difficult to do on the larger end.
Mhm.
I don't think that's a stretch to look at something like that.
Okay.
You know, I think you were suggesting maybe if it was 25,000 or something, then you're kind of limiting that ability to split.
Okay, but you're going to be looking at that
But
soon.
I think we're going to be looking
Yeah,
at that, so
okay.
that would be something where I think we would want to bring that into the fold
Sure.
to look at the higher end as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And well, one more comment, but I think it's important too, is that we have a mix, you know, because when I just look and I drive down the streets, it's really cool that we have some big lots and some small lots, and I'd hate to see those big ones just chopped up and make everything uniform like that. So if there's a way to preserve that, I mean, that'd be great without being overly, you know.
Yeah.
but- Okay.
And our smaller lots, most of our little tiny lots, they're not in the R1 zone, are they in, because they're more towards the high-density areas?
they're still R1, sort of
Yeah,
around
okay.
Victoria Lane and some of the other streets there. There's some lots probably in the 35 or below even.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if we looked at what the smallest lot we had, but yeah, something like.
Yeah.
You know, and the trouble with those little ones too is a lot of them, there's little shacks on them, and you know, you'd really like to see them perhaps someday be improved with a better house, you know, and so now we just tied the hands of, so, you know, I don't know, nothing's perfect, and I commend you guys for what you've done, because I think it's overall great. Is it perfect? Probably not, nothing ever is, but thanks for what you've done anyway, so.
We gave it a shot, yeah.
Just a quick question, and I don't know if you can answer it. What is a McMansion? How do you define it? How big is a McMansion?
It is exactly 6,000.
I guess it goes to the larger issue. Let me follow it up, and you can answer both questions. The 1 acre lot, you've dropped your house now down to 6,700 square feet. I thought that was a McMansion. So what are we gaining? we're gonna have a McMansion at 87 or 67. I don't see how we're gaining anything there.
Well-
Bulk and mass is still gonna be massive, right?
Yeah, but you have to look at it in context too, like a 6,700 square foot house on a 7,500 square foot lot.
No, I'm
is
talking about
ginormous.
I'm talking about a 1 acre lot.
I know, but let me finish. My example is that on an acre site,
Mhm.
that's 1 acre. That's 4,300 and something square feet. It's a large piece of property.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
You
about.
probably could site a 6,700 square foot house in a 2-story fashion, probably even in a 1-story fashion.
Well,
where-
what's the difference between 67 and 87? I mean, I see these things
2,000
down off
square feet.
Hampton Road, and I see, if you go down and see some of these houses just 2 blocks below Orange Grove, you can see the square footage as they're being built, and I can't, for the life of me, see much of a difference between 7,000 and 10,000. They're both incredibly huge houses, right?
Yeah, but an 8,700 square foot house is large, and so is a 6,700. But I mean, I think we're talking about the difference between extra large and large. Like they're still large, right?
Mhm.
So,
Well, and let me,
you know,
look.
I think at that point we're looking at, they're still large homes, but now I guess the answer would be you're not allowed an 8,700 square foot house. You're allowed a 6,700 square foot house on the same large piece of property. So, have we done something better? I don't know. I guess it's debatable, but I think yes, it's a smaller house.
Yeah. And, you know, Councilmember Goss is hitting on something that I was going to ask about as well, which is at a certain point, the Planning Commission said smaller is better, right? I mean, we made a subjective decision that, because I think Councilmember Goss brings up a good point, which is all this really is, especially on the smaller lots, you're talking not a lot of change, right, in terms of maximum buildable floor area. It gets bigger on the larger end, but, you know, that's all relative. So I guess I have kind of a similar question, which is, you know, what exactly are we accomplishing? And your answer is, well, we're making it to where, you know, the biggest becomes a little less big, right? And I think the Planning Commission made a judgment call that as a community, we value smaller, right? Whether that is 67 compared to 87 or whether that's 2,100 compared to 2,150. We value that.
Yeah.
We value that. And I guess I'm playing devil's advocate here and saying why? You know, why do we necessarily value size? I value aesthetic, right? I value something that's good looking, whether it's 8,500 square feet or 1,000 square feet. I value good architecture. I value good design and
Proportionality.
or proportionality. And so I guess I'm going to, somewhat challenge the premise that smaller necessarily is better. I agree that none of us want McMansions and none of us want huge houses on small lots. But when you start talking about, and we'll use the acre lot, when you start talking about an 8,500 square foot, and I wouldn't just say an 85 or an 87 square foot, 100 square foot house. I mean, you're talking about a house with maybe a garage and a guest house, and I mean, it's an acre. I mean, you could conceivably have a huge garage and a guest house, and then have 20,000 square feet of lawn. I mean, really, you could, and that would be very proportional. So, why necessarily do we as a community want to put, make this something that we value in the process of somewhat punishing? I'm going to use the word punitive again. Somewhat punishing existing homeowners by taking away what they currently have, which is freedom to build up to a certain point.
I guess we could debate that all day long, but I think what it comes down to is it's not that we value smaller is better. I think what we value is compatibility with the fabric of what's built in town, and that's a direct thing from the general plan. I mean, if we look at what the general plan has put in, is tantamount. The main issue is compatibility with the fabric of what's built in Sierra Madre, and you could deduce that that's smaller is better. That's the mechanism by which what makes Sierra Madre a village, charming, that close-knitness. And so I don't think we're saying smaller is better. I think we're saying compatibility and fitting with sort of the character and the feel of the various neighborhoods in town. And there are parts of town that you have larger lots with bigger homes, and then you have parts of town where you've got smaller bungalows kind of all up and down the street. And I think it's sort of wanting to avoid where you come in and on a lot in something where there's a smaller, tight-knit feel for the community, that there's something going edge to edge, and larger. And so, is this gonna solve that completely? I don't know, but I think we're definitely moving more in alignment with what the general plan
If I
has
can
stated.
address
And
that,
so
maybe.
I think in
I
that
have a quick
respect.
point I wanted to make. But don't we accomplish that without changing maximum floor area? Don't we accomplish that with the CUP threshold? Aren't you in the position of looking at these properties now when they reach that threshold and making them proportional and giving them the kinds of feedback that I know you guys have been doing well?
You would think that would be the case, but unfortunately what happens is when a project is allowed sort of, let's use the acre example, 8,700 square feet. And so it's gonna be well over 4,000, so they're gonna come before us, we're gonna look at it, and there's gonna be some back and forth, but in no way, shape, or form are we always in a position to say, well, you need to reduce it by 2,000 square feet and we've got a project here. You know, it's sort of this whittling process that happens, and a lot of times we're gonna be, the square footage isn't gonna come down. You know, there may be some other changes or whatever, but that's a tough fight to slog here with, when by right you're saying you have 8,700 square feet to build. When we start at a smaller level of 6,700 for that example, then, you know, we can have an easier dialogue on a house that could work on that property. So it's one of those things, like, we would rather not do that battle sort of after the fact when we're dealing with the higher threshold value. It's easier for us to kind of dialogue and see those projects when we're at a lower threshold. So if there's a lot of concern on the high end, I mean, we can, you know, we don't really have sort of this constitutes a McMansion. I think we're just trying to sort of reduce the bulk and mass and have more compatibility. So if at that size we're saying at 87, you would love to see that size homes and that it would fit and be compatible, that's just an argument you can't really have unless you see what the project is, you know.
And there actually is a definition of a McMansion. It has nothing to do with the square foot of the home. You could have, you know, a 1,500 square foot property and have a 1,400 square foot home, and then that neighborhood, that constitutes a McMansion because you're occupying the whole entire lot. And, you know, I think the best example I can say, a couple years ago, I went to Oklahoma, that's where all my family's from, and the small town, and my uncle was driving me around, and we came upon this really big house, and he was so upset about this gigantic house. It was, you know, at least 4,000 square foot. And I said to him, okay, but your house is 4,000 square foot. It's even bigger than that. But he said, yes, I live on 2 acres. This is a smaller lot. It doesn't fit. Actually, what he said is any darn fool can see it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. So, you know, we kind of get sidetracked on square footage because we have to have a number that we can work with, but it really has to do with the proportion. And this is Sierra Madre setting the trend in this. I had the city attorney in Burbank at an event the other day tell me that they're following Sierra Madre and they're doing everything that we can because they're trying to get away from that proportion and that massing that's taking place. So, you know, the bigger homes, if, you know, where the lot is, we just want to bring it before the planning commission when it's at a certain level so we know that it's proportioned to that neighborhood and it's compatible. We don't have a design review. If we had a design review, we probably wouldn't need all of this, but we don't have that right now.
And I'm going to touch upon something that the chair brought up, which is compatibility. So, I mean, let's run with that idea that this all stems from a good place, which is we want to make sure that future homes remain compatible with Sierra Madre. You know, 2 things, I guess, I struggle with, having lived here my whole life, seeing, I think, every house probably in this community. It'd be really hard to define what a quintessential Sierra Madre home or a quintessential Sierra Madre neighborhood really is, which I think is really cool, right? I think it's a really special thing in Sierra Madre that you have a really eclectic mix of sizes and types of homes, types of lots. And what did the Planning Commission really have in mind, or I'll just ask you, I think personally, because I don't think you can go into the minds of your colleagues, but in your mind, what does that mean? So what is a house that would not be compatible with Sierra Madre? You know, I mean, is a house that's 3,750 square feet not compatible with Sierra Madre, but a home that's 3,450 square feet compatible? Because that's kind of what we're saying, right? We're kind of saying that if you come in at 3,499, you're compatible. If you come in at 3,501, we get our say, you know? And so I guess, and I'm playing a little bit of devil's advocate here because I think that there's a lot of folks that we aren't hearing from tonight that maybe some of us have heard from offline that really are asking a simple question of why. Why are you doing this?
I mean, I think it's not the square footage, it's proportion to the given lot. So like, yeah, a 3,450 square foot or 30, whatever your example was, would be totally compatible depending on the lot it's on, right? So like, if we had a 3,700 square foot house on a 3,800 square foot lot, I don't think that's Sierra Madre, you know?
Right.
I'm stretching.
I agree.
I'm stretching your example,
I
but
agree.
the point being, you know, I think it's totally dependent on the lot. I think part of the character is we don't have sort of homes that spread out on edge to edge to edge of lots. You know, if you look at, there's a lot of breathing space between, even on the smaller end. You know, I live in a part of town that we have very small homes on the smaller end of the property spectrum, and
We do have setback requirements on all properties.
But
So why are they insufficient?
I don't think they're insufficient. I think the ability to build to your setback and up in a box fashion is totally possible, even with the current zoning. And I know we have angle plane setbacks and things, but it is achievable. There are projects that have been built in recent history that prove that. I think, you know, the eclectic nature of the housing stock in town is part of the fabric. I think it's part of the compatibility. I don't think we as a commission are saying we want them all to be a certain size and look a certain way. I think we're saying we like the eclectic nature. I think it's just we don't want houses that go maximize a lot from end to end to end. And I think our setbacks are fine, but, you know, they're, on most projects, are going to be in the range of 5 to 6 feet on each side. If I put up a house next to yours that's within 5 feet, that's 2 stories along the entirety of your lot, I think you would probably have issues with that. And I think that's the kind of thing that becomes not compatible.
Well, you're making a presumption about me. Actually, I have lived next to such properties, and my basic view of the world is that I live and let live. I'm a very tolerant individual, and I think a lot of people in this city are just like that. I think that's a lot of people like me move here for that reason, because this city is filled with a lot of tolerant, innovative, creative people who are open-minded. And I don't know, I get my impression of this is that there's a good intention driving all this idea that we're going to preserve our community and keep it from, you know, blowing up into these steroid type boxes. So I can be persuaded to play around with some of these rules, but ultimately, what you're saying is to all the people who own property, thousands of property owners in the city, you're not going to get to build as big a property as you thought you were going to. We're going to take some of your property rights away, some of your freedom away. And you know what? If you're going to do that, I want to see a compelling reason. Not just, we think this is going to, you know, protect a few homes, a few property owners. I'd like to see some serious numbers. And I'd like to know that this decision-making has been thoroughly vetted with the public. I would like to know that all those homeowners out there have a good idea of what we're talking about here. Now, I don't know if they have. I think you guys have had your meetings publicized. I think that's e-blasted, all the means by which we publicize things. Great. But I'm getting so much feedback from people who have trouble with this, and I don't see that reflected in any of the discussion that you're bringing to us from Planning Commission. It almost seems like you didn't get any feedback.
Oh, we got a lot of feedback.
No, and I'm talking about feedback, hold on, any feedback that is at odds with your position. There was?
Well, and I think that's a point that I brought up, was there any dissenting voices even on the commission? Was there, I watched some of the videos. I'll tell you, you were all, I think, singing it seemed like you were all on board, and which is a good thing. I mean, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, but, to Councilmember Goss's point, were you getting a lot of folks coming to the podium and saying, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea, or,
we did get a lot of feedback. If you want to parse it out, those who were sort of in favor of realigning these sort of thresholds, I would say the majority of the feedback was more in line with that.
Right.
Not to say that there wasn't feedback in the other direction to say, hey, how do we look at this? What makes sense? To ratchet it way down. And I think we, in the iterations as we looked at this and the few sort of open meetings we had to discuss it, I think we came, at one point I think we had it even deeper than this, and sort of looked at, wait a minute, what makes more sense here, and kind of came to a more consensus or compatibility with the numbers that we came out with. So I don't think there was as much voiced opinion on sort of let's keep it as is, or let's look at some other method to looking at this. As far as the council, as far as the commission goes in its entirety, I think, yeah, we were majority on the same page. I think we vacillated a little bit with sort of the second story, whether that would constitute a full CUP. At one point, I think we had a proportional method for the second story, allowing 75%.
Yeah.
And if you met that, you didn't necessarily trigger a CUP and have to come before the commission. But I think ultimately that proved troublesome in sort of how to devise that or allow that, and we'd rather let someone come with a full second story rather than handicapping them with less area on a second story, but in return let us look at it and see it as a CUP, so that if it makes sense, then sure, you should be able to capture that space rather than handicapping you right off the bat. So we went back and forth on that issue, but on the other points, I think we were sort of on the same page. And to that point too, we didn't just go into it blindly going, well, I think 35 makes sense, or 25% of this. There was a lot of data that Leticia and the department had prepared on jurisdictions, surrounding jurisdictions, and how they look at these same issues. Recent development in town of the last 2 years of projects and what transpired with those, and certain areas of town, pockets that we looked at as commissioners to kind of study what would constitute compatibility in those neighborhoods or those areas, and what's sort of the makeup of those parts of town and size of homes, from Jameson Court to Grove Avenue to looking at the east end of town as well. And so there was some data in the process of sort of evaluating these thresholds. So if that sort of helps you.
If I may just ask a question, this just may be a very naive question, but this is obviously what we're discussing right now is what would trigger it to go to the CUP process. Once it goes to the Planning Commission and there's review at that point, is there a maximum square footage that is allowable or not?
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about is the second half of that, where we've reduced. So first off, you're allowed, based on your lot size, a certain amount of buildable floor area, and it depends on your lot size, but it's going to be a percentage of the lot size.
That will be the maximum.
And that number is a number.
Okay.
And so you can build to that, but if that number crosses you over the review thresholds, then you would be coming to the commission with your project. But you could very well get that square footage depending on what transpires in the review process. It's not saying that you would get to build less because of the review, if that makes sense.
I think, so again, it is the maximum.
You
square
have a
footage.
number that you're,
Okay.
yes.
I just thought that was what triggered it to go to the CUP,
No,
not what
no,
the.
there
okay.
are.
That's, can I just interject? That's the example we talked about. If you have a 1 acre lot, before you could build up to 87.
Right.
And on a 1 acre lot, even the planning commission is not authorized to allow you to go over 67.
Right. Okay, I just wanted to make
But
sure
in that
I was
case, we
clear
would
with that.
review it at 3,500. So the minute the house crosses.
It triggers there, right.
In that case, we would review it, because that's the
Okay.
highest threshold.
I just want to make sure I understood the complete process. Thank you.
I guess, and I had one last question, but I don't know, this would be asking a lot. Did the planning commission or the staff look at how many homes would be affected, existing homes now that are built and stand based on our new proposed CUP thresholds and the allowable gross floor area? How many homes would be implicated / wouldn't be allowed or would have went to the planning commission for review? So, for example, if we looked at what percentage of homes, let's say between 6,000 and 11,000 square feet, would have, as they exist now, how many would have triggered the proposed CUP level that we are contemplating now? And I guess I asked that question just because, I want to make sure that we're not, somehow implicating a large swath of folks that seemingly have acceptable homes now in Sierra Madre, but under these current proposed measures would have had to come before the planning commission to build their house as it stands now.
We didn't look at that, but that would require almost a lot by lot.
It would require a lot of work. That's why I assumed you didn't do that, but, just so people understand what I'm saying, we're trying to come up with a way of ensuring that the fabric of the community stays the way it is and that things are compatible. But I want to know if we considered, or the planning commission considered, whether the numbers that we came up with, the 3,000, the tiers, how many of the existing homes would that have implicated, and how many of those existing homes would have went to planning commission for review whenever they were built, in 1925 or,
You mean?
I'm just saying, how many homes do we have now that exist on,
Based on their existing floor
based on the
area
existing
that
square
had that
footage of the
formula
lot and
in
the square footage of the home, how many would have triggered the proposed CUP tiers?
Again, it would require lot by lot.
Yeah.
Review. And if I understand this correctly, you're saying that based on what exists on that property today, if we were to apply that new formula, how many of those would not be able to achieve what they have today?
Or how many,
Is that what you're?
maybe they still would have been able to achieve it, but they would have had to have gone through
A CUP process.
A CUP process. Yeah.
The 12 projects list that you gave us for the last 2 years, that would probably be a good example.
Yeah, well, what Chair Desai was reminding me is that when staff brought some information to the Planning Commission that they requested, that included a list of projects that were approved by right, meaning that they went straight into plan check without needing to go to the Planning Commission. How many of those would have triggered if that threshold is changed, possibly could have come to the Planning Commission. So that was one of the ways that we were able to determine, is this significant enough?
Yeah, do we remember what percentage that was, or?
There were 12 projects in the last 2 years that on that list. I wish I had it with me, but
That would have been triggered.
I want to say probably half. It wasn't all of them, but I think it was around 5 to 6 projects that, if you applied the new formula, would have
come before you guys, yeah.
The majority of those projects, I would say about 8 out of the 12 were basically built right to the 4,000, or very close.
Yeah.
But
Can I comment?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's going to happen with the new rules is now that threshold is reduced and people will, to avoid the CUP, so though that half dozen now becomes 2 or 3 because people are just not willing to build a house that big to go through that process. So you effectively reduce the size of houses being built.
And that's a great point. I mean, I think that's like an additional sort of built-in measure there. A certain percentage of folks, and one could argue, more developer-driven projects would skirt under whatever the threshold, the review threshold is, to sort of streamline and avoid the review process. So
And I can add to that, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when the general plan actually did kind of go lot by lot, and we took sections of the town, and really there were very few that didn't comply to even these rules. But we could see that the newer homes being built were the ones who were maximizing the lot size. So the homes that were built in 1925 or 1950 or 1980, they were proportional. They were proportional to their lot. But the newer homes coming forward were the ones who were trying to maximize that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Great. Well, I'm sure there's plenty of people in the public that want to talk. Thank you so much. And Gina, please, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you want to come up as well, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Hi.
Hi.
I'd just like to talk a little bit about the smaller end of the houses. This is something I was really concerned about because I agree that part of the beauty of Sierra Madre is this crazy mix of mansions and little dingbats, which I love. One of the things we did was we did by right say that if your house gets so small, if your lot is so small at the very smallest end that you're allowed to have at least 1,000 feet. And we have lots where that would be less, but that would be more than what's allowed. So that, and this is on a very tiny lot, you know, and I think along with that, one of the reasons I thought looking at the second stories was really important, especially on the smaller lots, is because the smaller lots, the houses are closer together. You have more impact from a second story on a smaller lot than you do on a bigger lot because the setbacks are less. So people's houses are going to be 10 feet from you. And especially with this, the idea, the other part of the second story, which is not allowing a second story on a smaller setback, because that's even closer to you. If you have a, you know, I've seen things come to the planning commission where there's a 2-foot setback on the first floor, and they build a second floor on top of it. And let's say that's 7 feet away from the next door neighbor. Right next to you, there's no light, there's no privacy. So that the smaller the lot is the more important to me, in a way, this idea of a second story. On the far end of it, if you have if you're building a 8,000 square foot house, that second story is humongous. It's huge, no matter how big your setbacks are. So I think that this issue of both the small and the big end is really important to the fabric of what our community is like. We had dozens of people come talk to us about this, dozens. I mean, many people talked to the issue. And we had some people, we had a very small number of people come and say, no, you should allow bigger, you should allow bigger houses. We had many people come say they thought that the preservation of neighborhoods and keeping houses in proportion with the neighborhood was really, really important. So what does the CUP do about this? The CUP doesn't say you can't build. The reduction in the total square footage does. But the CUP allows us to look at the house in the context of that street, of that neighborhood, and say, okay, does this house fit on this street? Does it fit, is it compatible with this neighborhood? And you were talking to this issue, which is we have so many different neighborhoods, we have so many different areas. But if we can look at a house when a second story comes up, or when a big new house or a big addition comes up, we always look at the houses next door. We always have, I go look at every single house that comes to us. Every single one. I walk it, I look at the houses around it. So that it gives us the option to make sure that it is compatible with the neighborhood. And that's what people were so concerned about, as much as anything else. So I think these are issues that are really key to what we were trying to do with this. I personally think an 8,700 square foot house is out of character with Sierra Madre. I do. Okay, if you want to build that, you can come to the city and ask for a variance. If you're going to build a house that big, you can afford to pay the fees for a variance. You could come and ask for it, We're not saying it'll get approved, but we've had people come. We've had people come and ask for variances to build a bigger house. Mm. So it's not saying it absolutely can't happen. It puts a pretty big red stop sign where you're going to have to stop and look around, but it's conceivable. They can ask.
Commissioner, could I ask
Yeah.
a question?
Mike.
I mean, the Jameson House, you could not build that under the new standard. that would fall, that house is 7,800 square feet without the garage.
But it was on a much bigger lot when
It's
it
a
was built.
1.25, yeah, but I mean,
It had-
under
it had
today's.
way more lot.
I know, but I'm just saying that today you could not build that. And my opinion, I mean, I think that's one of the treasures of Sierra Madre is that big house, that seems to fit nicely on that lot. So I think that's kind of the point we're trying to make here too, is that, big in itself is not the problem. Big in proportion to the lot is.
I think it's true, but the truth is, I'd have to say, of all the really, I mean, we have seen some really big houses come to the Planning Commission. And I have looked at houses and said, wow, this is a huge house. This is a huge house on a gigantic lot. Fine. They have sailed through the Planning Commission. I mean, I've been on the Planning Commission for 9 years, right? I have seen that happen. But much more often in the past few years, we have had gigantic houses out of proportion to the neighborhood, too big for the lot. It's happened a lot more times. And that's what we're trying to address, because people in Sierra Madre don't like it. The majority of people in Sierra Madre, you know what we're comparing it to. We're comparing it to the mansionization of Arcadia. Let's face it. This is what people don't want. This is not the direction that Sierra Madre wants to go in. And so that's why we came up with these issues, because that's the issue we're facing. I mean, that's the elephant that's sitting right here in the room, and we all know what it's about. So, I just want to know if I missed anything else I wanted to talk about. And I think I'm always joking about Sierra Madre, which is, in Sierra Madre, there is sometimes a certain attitude, which is, I want to build on my lot whatever I want to build. And I want you to build on your lot whatever I want you to build.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
That's how Sierra Madre can be. And this is the balance that we had to look at. Some people do want to add on to their houses. Some people want to build a much bigger house. But if we don't kind of put a stop to this mansionization feel in Sierra Madre, we're going to end up with something that doesn't have our character anymore. And that's why I think I can speak for the whole Planning Commission. That's why we want to go in this direction.
Well, thank you so much. And to both you and Chair Desai, thank you very much. And the whole commission, I mean, look, a lot of work went into this, and we appreciate you guys, volunteering and doing everything you do. So appreciate both of you taking the time to come here tonight and speak to us. Very, very enlightening and helpful. I will now open it up to the other folks in the crowd for public comment.
Mayor, City Council, I'll attempt to answer 2 questions. Please forgive me, I'm extremely tired tonight, and I'll try to make it brief. One of them was, what is a McMansion? A McMansion is a derogatory term for a home that's out of scale with a historic neighborhood. If you go to Rodale Drive and drive around Beverly Hills, those are not McMansions. Those are historically set in that setting of very large, nice, beautiful estate homes. When you build something like that and put it into an established historic community where it's completely out of place, then people will start calling that McMansion because it doesn't fit. It blockbusts the neighborhood. Mayor, I'll try to answer your question about maybe not having a few people come and talk to you about second story bothering them. So I'll draw from my own experience. In 1989, I had wrapped up a 21-year career in the camera department in the motion picture industry. I had worked since I was about 22 years old, 6-7 days a week, 12 14-hour days. I was worn out by 41. I was really tired. I took my entire life savings and I brought it here to Sierra Madre for some peace and quiet and got out of the big city life I had lived in my youth. My search, working with a local realtor here, my search was for a home with a fireplace, a large backyard with mountain views, unobstructed, where I could enjoy some privacy and quiet time. So I found a home at 465 East Laurel Avenue. All ranch homes, 15 homes on each side, all built between 1951 and 1952. Everything fits in beautifully. Those homes are probably the only street in Sierra Madre that's protected with CC&Rs for no second story. It's fantastic. All the neighbors, long time, several original owners still on the street from the early 50s. But the homes behind us on Grandview, so my house faces south, I'm on the north side of the street, those homes are not protected by anything. So I had unobstructed mountain views when I bought my home, and it was marketed to me, mountain view home, privacy in the backyard, everything I wanted. So we enjoyed this for several years. The next thing I know, there is a large caterpillar in the backyard scraping the single-story house behind me that never obstructed any of my views whatsoever. And to my surprise, what went up there was a two-story home, but not a two-story home in the regular sense of an 8-foot high ceiling, so you'd have, 8-foot ceiling on each level. These ceilings must be 13, 14 feet high, possibly, in each room. So the house is massive going up. Then they went ahead and they put all of their master bedroom, all the view facing my backyard. So all these windows of all their bedrooms are facing everything that we held as our private area. So 100% loss of my privacy, looking right into our big picture glass windows that were built and constructed to take in the views. So I had to go and spend thousands of dollars to plant Cypress lalani along the back in hopes that it would grow fast enough to give us some privacy. And those trees grew, and now they're dying because the Edison company has to chop them off the top, so they're all getting diseased. Those are going to have to come down. I'm going to lose all the privacy again. The point I'm getting at is, I had no idea that I could have a voice to perhaps help to alter the structure in some way or let people know that what I paid for, an established neighborhood, thinking that this is the investment I've made, I'm getting the mountain view, I'm getting this, that, and the other, and for that to all just be taken away in a snap, that was pretty hard to swallow. I didn't complain to the city, I just sucked it up. But I'm going to suck it up again because the trees are dying now. I have to take them out. It'll take a long time to figure out. There's no way to build a fence to get my privacy back. I've also represented close to $100 million in residential home sales. Arcadia, Pasadena, Sierra Madre, North Monrovia. 50% of that have been buyer clients. Buyer clients are always wondering, is it safe to buy here? If I buy this, can somebody tear down the house next door, lose all my privacy? I have a house on a hill right now, and a hilltop house, there's an empty lot next door. I have it in escrow right now as a listing agent. The buyers were there for the home inspection today, and you know what they were asking the sellers? Do you think somebody might come and build a big 2-story house here? They were scared. And they really had to think about that. And the seller said, I don't know, but he's been doing a little grading on the lot. I go, my whole escrow is going to fall apart. People buy into a neighborhood. They spend their money for what they see. It's not just the square footage of the house. It's the neighbor. It's what their views are. I think it's reasonable to allow established neighborhoods and the neighbors to participate in a second-story addition and a second-story home. I really believe it's reasonable. I've talked to you before about Sunny Hills and Fullerton being
Yeah, Mr. Perez,
blockbusted. I won't bring that up again, so.
No, I was gonna say, go ahead, I'm just gonna ask you to
And
wrap
I
up
want to
quickly
thank you
here.
so much for, hearing me out regarding that. I hoped I helped you to answer. If I knew you were around, I would have gone and talked to you.
Thank you, very helpful.
I know there's
very helpful.
others, many others, that are put in the same position when a second story goes up. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Mayor, I
yes.
don't remember his name, and he didn't.
Paris, Michael Paris.
Michael Ferris, thank you.
Debbie Sheridan, Valley Vista Drive. I would like to follow him because the exact same thing happened to me. There was a house across the street that was a ranch house, got torn down, is now a 2-story house with a pitched roof, and 4 of us lost our views. And that's what we are here before you, urging you to seriously consider what the Planning Commission wants you to do, because when I was on the General Plan Update Steering Committee and very involved in the survey, and I would urge you, especially Chairperson Goss, because you said you haven't seen anything that says that people really want to protect their views. That was very, very high on the list, and I don't remember anybody saying, no, I want to be able to build, and that's what I hold dear in Sierra Madre. Person after person says they want to keep Sierra Madre eclectic, as we've spoken about tonight. And I would like to also remind you that CUP is a conditional use permit. That means that they don't say, if they come before the Planning Commission, that doesn't mean that they can't build their house. And I'd like to remind you of a couple of other things too. Councilmember Kaposha, you said 2,100 square feet. Heaven forbid, that's such a small house. I have 2,400 square feet. I have 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. To me, that does not sound like a tiny house. But on the other hand, the difference between 6,000 square feet and 8,000 square feet is humongous. And my friends in Arcadia and in Burbank are thanking me and through me thanking all of you for actually doing something about what we call the mansionization. So I would urge you all to look at the survey results of the General Plan Update Steering Committee, the town hall forums that we held, and I think that way you would then pass what several of us are requesting that you do tonight. In the Planning Commission, I attended those meetings, and believe me, there were a lot of people there speaking for these new requirements, and I thank you so much.
Thank you.
Matt Bryant, Edgeview Drive. You know, as you all know, I'm part of the Preserve Sierra Madre Coalition. And I think the reason that the Preserve Sierra Madre Coalition has gained so much steam is because people are really concerned with what's happening in not only Sierra Madre, but in the San Gabriel Valley in general. When you look at other communities like Arcadia, Monrovia is having its own issues, San Marino is having its own issues. The City Council in Los Angeles recently passed or tried to improve their anti-mansionization ordinance. So it's happening all over the place, and we have to ask ourselves, why is this suddenly happening? And, being in real estate like Michael Paris, I think there's a few issues. One is there's a lot of money pouring into the San Gabriel Valley. I also think people have a different mindset. Back when I was growing up in San Marino, it was just unheard of that somebody would tear down a home. If you didn't like the home that you saw, you would buy a different one. But now, for some reason, people feel that, they can go in there and they see how much land there is and what they can do with it. And so that's what I think the difference is. And I think Sierra Madre is largely a built-out community. And so you have all these existing houses. And now somebody wants to come in and change the neighborhood in some way. whether it's a builder tearing down a home and building a brand new home, or whether it's a person who owns their house and wants to add a second story, but they're now changing the neighborhood. And so although I don't want to unduly burden that homeowner from doing what they want with their own property, they have their private property rights, there's no question about it. But I'm more concerned with the person, the neighbors next door, who are going to be impacted perhaps adversely by what that person is doing. And when it comes to a second story, you're talking about impacting on their views, you're talking about impacting on their privacy, on the light. And so that's why I think the CUP being mandatory for all second-story new homes and additions is so important. And I'll tell my own anecdote about when my wife and I bought our house 2 years ago on Edgeview in Sierra Madre. We live on a relatively, it's mostly a one-story neighborhood, and it's a gently kind of sloping street. Well, the person next to us built a second-story home. And that was between my house and I don't know if you guys know Michael Sizer's house. And Michael Sizer went over there when they were building that, and he said, hey, you know, that's going to impact on my views. And their response to him was, I hate to say it, F you, it's my house, I can do whatever I want with it. Now, I have nothing to complain about because when I bought my house, that had already been done. But I figured that I probably paid about $100,000 less for my house because of what that neighbor did when they put on that second-story addition. So it didn't impact me. I got a better deal probably than I would have ordinarily. But the person that I bought it from lost $100,000. So that's the challenge before us. And I think this is an issue that manifests itself in so many ways. When you go to the beach, I want to go there sometimes and I want to listen to the ocean waves and I want to just sit on the sand. Somebody else wants to play their boombox at full volume. Now, when you confront them with that, they say, well, that's my right to do that. It's a free country. But what about my right to enjoy hearing the surf and just relaxing on the beach? And it's the same thing with the person who wants to do the second story. And keep in mind that we're not saying with the CUP that you can't do that. We're just saying we want to give that additional scrutiny so that the neighbors can give their input, the Planning Commission can look at it too and make sure it's compatible with the neighborhood and that it doesn't impact on the neighbors. So that's our big issue. And when it comes to the floor area limits, I think certainly a bigger house on a bigger lot is appropriate. And I think the new formula allows for that. But I think in general, people just want to see kind of the size of the home squeezed down a little bit. And the idea probably is, compatibility is one thing, but also I think just that a smaller home can do less damage to the neighborhood and to the neighbors. And so that's what we're talking about here. So I endorse all the recommendations made by the Planning Commission. They had 2 public hearings. I think they did an excellent job. They listened to the input from the community. And being a part of Preserve Sierra Madre, we get the emails from the people who are concerned about what is happening out there. And we tried to forward those emails to all of you, so I hope you had a chance to read those. But, it might not be as big a problem in Sierra Madre as it is in some other communities, but the idea here is to get out in front of this issue so it doesn't become a bigger problem. I mean, some communities like Arcadia, for example, I think they might be late to the ballgame here, and the damage has already been done, and the community has been irrevocably changed. People don't want to see that in Sierra Madre. Now, granted, being a part of Preserve Sierra Madre, I'm going to hear certain feedback, but I feel like that I have my finger on the pulse of the community, and that's the sense that I get here. And the idea is to get out in front of this and not have Sierra Madre change and turn into something that nobody wants. So I hope you guys will support and ratify the recommendations of the Planning Commission. I think those are good changes. I think in some ways they're fairly modest changes. People are still allowed to do what they want, but at least they're going to have a little additional scrutiny to make sure it doesn't adversely impact on the neighbors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, John Hutt, Sierra Meadow. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed zone text changes. And before I get into the
details of that, first I'd like to give great thanks to the Planning Commission and staff for a lot of hard work and insight. There were actually 4 meetings. 2 of them were public hearings, but 2 were discussion. So there was 4 meetings where there was a lot of discussion that they listened to, lots of research. I know that a lot of the planning commissioners went out and actually walked a number of blocks. I could tell from their comments and discussing things with it. There was a lot of thought and analysis. So these changes that they're proposing are not sort of just pulled out of thin air. They were very well thought out and also measured against prior developments and existing development, or existing as-built houses in town. I think the goal of this, as everyone said, is to preserve the culture and the village feel of Sierra Madre. And what matters is compatibility and good design, not size. But we can't kid ourselves to think those are separate. They're very much interrelated. And it's a lot easier to be compatible and have good design if you have a smaller house. You can have a big house that does, but it's a tough thing to do, and we often find that that's not something that applicants are capable of doing. To address some of the concerns that you all raised earlier, on the low end, as Planning Commissioner Fireman Hunt said, this would reduce the floor to 1,000 square feet from the 2,100 now. I think that one thing to know is the 1,000 square feet is the exact same floor that's in the canyon zone, the recently updated canyon zone. So there was a lot of discussion there as well about that being an appropriate floor. Keep in mind though, in the canyon zone, they have parking that you can have uncovered and it wouldn't count in your square footage. So maybe if you think 1,000 is too low, you bump up a little bit. But I think 2,100 is certainly too much. If you look at the new houses that were built at the north end of Windsor Lane, there was one house there that was demolished, and the applicant figured out it was actually 2 legal lots. So then they shoehorned 2 2,100 square foot houses, way too big. And I think that if you think 1,000's too little, maybe bump that up a little. But I think the more appropriate thing to do there would be to have a special code to deal with small lots and think about reworking some of the parking requirements as was done in the canyon. On the high end, I think the issue of unintended encouragement of lot splits is not something to worry about. Any profit maximizing developer is going to split that lot. At the current percentage, the proposed percentage, they're splitting that lot. The only people who are going to keep it are people who want a big lot. If a developer goes in there and they just want to make money, they're splitting the lot. So don't worry if thinking that we're going to encourage lot splits. That's not going to change at all. And the reduction on the high end from 15% to 10% matches the hillside zone. The hillside zone on lots above 11,000 square feet goes to a 10%. So that's really where that number comes from. I think it works in the HMZ where there are a lot of large lots, and that's where that consideration made sense. It's also, I think, not a good idea to look at the 1 acre lots, because those are really exceptions. There's only a few of them in town. That's not really what the issue is. The issue is the lots that are 20, 30,000 square feet. Lots under 30,000 square feet are not subdividable in a 15,000 foot minimum subzone. So that's really where we care about. There's a lot of those. There's 17, I think was the number you said, that are over 1 acre. That's not very many. 19, 17. There's hundreds in the other. That's really what's more appropriate there. And also this thought that, well, we have the CUP threshold, so we're protected from McMansions. On that, keep in mind the CUP is only procedural. It doesn't guarantee anything. And with a lower FAR to start, it makes the whole process easier to achieve a more compatible and good design. Finally, there's the issue of the second story. I personally am concerned that having a CUP requirement for every new second story is overly burdensome. I raised this issue to the Planning Commission. Preserve Sierra Madre sent a letter suggesting that second story additions up to a certain size could be done with a minor conditional use permit, and then over a certain size would be a full CUP. I think they even sent that letter to you. So this was something that was raised at the Planning Commission hearings. The Planning Commission considered these thoughts, and they thought, okay, we hear what you're saying, but we really think it's important that all of them go to a CUP. I still disagree with them, but I don't think that's worth holding this up. I think that this is an important change that should go through, and what I recommend is that you approve these text amendments as is tonight, and then in a year or two, come back and review. Is it really doing what we wanted? Is it do we still need to tighten the screws down more? Are there people that are getting caught, the little guy, who are unintentionally getting caught in a CUP process when a minor conditional use permit would be fine? Is this causing a backlog at the Planning Commission that really is unburdened, overly burdensome that we can't deal with? Deal with those things. I think if you do want to try to change any of the provisions in here significantly, it would make sense to take a break, send it back to the Planning Commission to get further input, so everyone can see what those are. But I think the better way to do it is just to send it on tonight, and then we can see. Because as we talk about unintended consequences, we all have to acknowledge none of us are smart enough to figure out what every single potential consequence or possibility is. And the best way to do this is to pass it and see how it works out. I think this is a lot of smart people put a lot of good time and a lot of thought into this and came up with a fair and reasonable thing that balances the rights of property owners and the rights of those people who live nearby and help preserve the character of the town. So again, I recommend approval. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I see if there's any more. I was gonna close it right after public comment. Yeah, exactly. Can I see a show of hands for the? We need a blue break. So, Barbara, you might be the last one, so it might be perfect.
Oh, break.
If not, it's fine. But
No,
we
you
just
might say, please sit down.
no.
You know, general plan, okay, yay, July. This is something that we probably should have put in the general plan 20 years ago. And we wouldn't be stuck with all these lawsuits that we have now. This is fantastic, like was just said. If you need to go back and tweak it a little bit, tweak it. But pass it, get it done so everything's uniform. So we have the codes and zoning in front of us. So we're not left with all these legal loopholes that the attorneys somehow seem to find. So I applaud the Planning Commission. They're fantastic. They've always done a lot of work. I so much appreciate them. I keep on saying it's time for a joint meeting for the two groups, the council and the planning commissioners, to get together. Speed up a little bit the process of what's going on here in Sierra Madre. But when it got to the smaller houses, 2 doors down from me, I believe it's a second story that's being put on a garage that's just a few feet from the property line. Nobody was allowed any input because it met all the criteria. So I just said to the one neighbor, well, I don't know, your gate's locked all the time if there's a fire. I don't know how they're gonna get in to put the fire out at the back of your house. Because they certainly aren't allowing enough space for safety for what was just passed. But no one was allowed to come and say anything. So put the safeguards in. It could be dealt with later on what to do, so thanks.
Thank you, Barbara. Any other public comment? All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break to use the restroom, and then we'll be back on. back on.
Okay, it is.
Well, thank you everyone for your public comments and for sticking around. We can bring it back for discussion, and yeah, let's see what we got. 9:05. We still have a budget item to handle as well. So I don't know how much time we have this, but let's have at it for a little bit. Anyone want to start?
I'll start. I'm okay with what's recommended. I mean, I really feel good that we asked all the questions and had the debate. I think it's important to play the devil's advocate with it. And I do agree with Mr. Hutt that if we implement it and we find something's wrong with it, we can fix it later. But I think this is a really strong attempt at getting it right, and whether it's perfect or not, I can't suggest something that's going to make it more perfect, so I'm just okay with the suggestions as they're written.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I want to congratulate the Planning Commission on doing all this work, and particularly having the commissioners here tonight. Obviously, that's huge. You've got a lot of things in your life to do. Coming to one of our council meetings is just another burden. So thank you for that. I see the why this is being done, and I think everybody up here probably, at least I can speak for myself, is concerned about the McMansionization of the San Gabriel Valley. And I've spoken on that before, so I won't waste anyone's time. I don't think the goal is really at odds here. I think the real question is how we get there. How can we provide incentives and disincentives for the kinds of reasonable development in the city while maintaining the rights of property owners? And I have heard from a lot of property owners who have concerns about what's on the agenda tonight. And these are not people who want to build McMansions, and these are not people who support McMansions, and these are people who complain about McMansions. So I think we don't want to have a false dichotomy. We have anti-development, pro-development. We have a lot of people with like minds who have some different ideas about how to get to an end goal. I look at the various components of this, and I'm on board. I can be persuaded to do the conditional use threshold changes. I don't see it really helps us a whole lot, frankly, because I think you're still going to be looking at, we have a 4,000 square foot CUP right now, and we're dropping it down to 3,500 on the largest homes. I don't think we've really gained much right now to keep those McMansions from a CUP perspective. I think that we're not gaining a lot, but I can support it. I think it's a rather innocuous regulation that's not going to have a big impact on our property owners. I also think that this reduction in the cumulative side yard setback for 1 or 2 story additions makes a lot of sense. I mean, certainly we don't want to take a non-conforming 2-foot setback and build a 2-story on top of it. I think that's crazy. The setbacks ought to be, on a 2nd-story addition, they ought to be reasonable, and that means generally farther from the property line. So I could support that. I'm having big trouble with the 2nd-story additions. I know people who are about my age or younger in town, and actually I know people like this who live all over the LA area, who have their homes pretty much spoken for, but have elderly parents who they're going to have to take care of, or about ready to take care of, or are taking care of, and don't have the ability to build a room on their lot because the floor space, the size of the lot will not allow that to happen. And in such cases, such people going up is their only option. And I think we're forgetting that there are lots of very good reasons to build a 2nd-story addition. And this is a very, very conventional use of property in the United States of America. Last I checked, there are 2nd stories all over Sierra Madre. I've got one 2 doors down from me. I've got one across the street from me. So I'm not really buying this whole idea that there's a compelling reason to do that. Unless I can hear some other arguments before this vote takes place, I would be opposed to that. And the allowable gross floor area, that again concerns me for the reasons I brought in earlier. I just don't like the idea of us saying small is better. I just think that is an arbitrary standard. I think we ought to be thinking about more of a proportional standard, something that is a little bit more flexible in nature. Because we have a lot of people living in this town who've bought their homes 10 years ago, 20 years, 30 years ago, and they have an idea that those properties have certain potential uses at this moment. And they've had those views for a long time. And I think when you push come to shove, you're going to find there are a lot of Matt Bryants out there. Matt bought a house right next to a 2-story house. Why? Because it didn't bother him. And he got it cheaper. From my vantage point, that's a market for housing working. And it seems to me that most of us are of the mind that if we can impose regulations on people around us so that we can enjoy our property, it doesn't matter to us what we're doing to them in the enjoyment of theirs. I think that's generally wrong-headed. If I heard the Planning Commission commissioners come in to me tonight, or if I heard our Planning and Preservation Department come in to me tonight and gave me some hard numbers on how this is a real big problem. I mean, how many people, I've heard some numbers, I've heard people throw things around. I haven't seen any hard data on this. And the people that elected us expect us to make decisions that are rational and are based on facts, not based on, well, I knew somebody a long time ago, or based on what I heard tonight were very sympathetic cases, which are, I don't know if they're reflective of the larger trends or not. I mean, Mr. Paris's case is heartbreaking. I mean, who wouldn't be sympathetic to that situation? He's having to find a way to live with that, and I'm just wondering how prevalent that truly is in Sierra Madre right now. And there's one other issue, and that's the issue of how do we look at ourselves in the city? Because I think this is being driven by money coming in from other places. I think there's a kind of hysteria, frankly. I think people are afraid that people from outside of town are going to come in and change the town. And so in that fear, we're being driven by fear. In that fear, we're willing to turn on our neighbors and say, to protect ourselves from these nebulous forces, we're going to impose regulations on one another. And I think that is just, I can't buy into that as a principle. I don't know if that's the full principle driving this tonight or not, but it gives me a pit in my stomach. I have to be able to sleep at night. I have to know that I'm doing due diligence and representing the people of this city, and I just don't have a good feeling about that. So you can say I have a respect for property rights. I think everybody that testified tonight has a respect for property rights. But push you to the wall. Somebody builds a house next to me, knock on wood, it's 2 stories. I'm going to cuss about it. I might even tell them I don't like it, but I'm not moving, and I'm not going to go to City Hall and try to get them penalized either. I think that is the kind of the America that I grew up in was, hey, free people kind of do ugly and dangerous things sometimes. And you kind of got to roll with the punches a little bit. Anyway, I think I've said enough. I can support two parts of this, but not the second story addition part, and not the allowable gross floor area part.
Okay. Thank you. And floor area. Okay. Who wants to go next?
Well, I think I disagree with you, Councilmember Goss, with respect to that the threat, I think, is very real. I think what we're seeing in San Gabriel Valley, what we're seeing by our neighbors, that what is going on in Arcadia can very well happen here. And I think residents have been very loud and clear as to what our priorities are, what our goals are, and what we want to see out of this city. And I think they have been well represented, whether it be at the commission, whether it be at the general plan update. I think we've heard loudly and clearly what the residents want. I don't think it should go unnoticed about the work that the Planning Commission has done, and I do want to, again, congratulate the work that you've been doing. I don't think you can be thanked enough because this is very tedious work. I have to say, when I saw the presentation, there were some of those examples, especially on the larger lots, where the 2,000 reduction of square feet was pretty alarming. But I think when I thought about what an 8,700 square foot house would really look like, I think I'm okay with 6,700. And I think there was a good point that was brought up also about the general plan. Considering that the general plan will be delayed, I think this puts in those reassurances that what we are trying to do with the intent of the general plan, what we're trying to do with this city, that this ordinance will really put that into play. I like the idea about a one-year review. I do think this is going to be very burdensome on the Planning Commission. But again, if we take a look at this in a year to see if this really is the right route, what do we need to tweak, what do we need to tighten up on, what do we need to let loose on, I'm okay with that too. So with that, I'm okay with all four elements. I support all of them. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Del Mar.
Well, first of all, our planning commission and our staff need to be commended for doing this so quickly. I come at this from a little different perspective because what all of this represents is actually the changes that we made in the general plan. And the changes in the general plan had nothing to do with McMansions. We weren't even, that word wasn't even in existence when we wanted to put some of these improvements in. We did this because we saw some homes being built that were not compatible in the size and the portion and what they look like. So that's why we asked that those be put in. And I think the Planning Commission did a really nice job of incorporating those changes. Do I think it's perfect? No. I do have a problem with the second story. Originally, the general plan, people wanted to be notified. So having a CUP would be about the only way that we can find to notify it. I was hoping we could do something else. But it is a big concern for a lot of people in this community. And I think if we have a year review, that would be fine, and we could see if that works. That is my one problem. I have no problem voting all four of them in right now. I think this is going to go with the general plan. I think it's going to help with consistency and compatibility and portion control. I also have a concern for the rights of the property owners, and not just those who want to build, but those on each side of them. They're all property owners. So I think, and I believe, that this is a way to protect the rights of all of our property owners. It gives a nice say. People have a way to come forward. We didn't hear anybody here opposing this tonight. There was a few people at the Planning Commission, and I do know that people are hesitant to come down and talk, but sometimes you just need to so that the whole council hears, because I haven't had one person tell me that they didn't agree with all four elements. So I would certainly be in favor of that. And again, thank you to the commission. I think you did a wonderful job of trying to incorporate some of those general plan changes that we asked for.
Thank you, and thank you to all my colleagues. And of course, the Planning Commission, I will just say again, ton of work, and thank you very much. I think that, we didn't arrive here willy-nilly, but, I do appreciate all the work that was done. That being said, there are some things that I like about this, and I don't think it's shocking from my questioning. There's some things that I don't, and I'll run through them. I do like the new CUP thresholds, and I can live with them because I do believe, I think Mr. Hutt touched upon this, it's really a process-driven thing, and I'm a huge process guy. I've said that before, and I don't think it necessarily is a bad thing to have more of these houses go through review of our Planning Commission. And I do think that you will see more 3,499 square foot homes rather than 3,999 square foot homes. I think you're going to see that. And I can kind of buy into the notion that that is an improvement. Maybe, maybe not. But I'll take the expert's word for that, on that, more 3,499 square foot homes has some correlation, I think, to better massing and bulk and proportionality. So I can live with the CUP threshold. I think that I can, when I'm asked by folks, why did you do that and what kind of were you getting at, I think it's defensible, and I think the evidence is good on that. The second story is probably where I have the most issues, and just kind of on a gut level, I'm not quite sure that we are really looking at a problem here that requires a full CUP. And in my opinion, it's just, and I agree with Councilmember Goss on this, the notion that building a second story in this town somehow is not market or is out of the norm is just belied by the fact that when you drive down any street in this town, maybe Mr. Parris is right, maybe East Laurel is the exception, you see two-story houses everywhere. And you see them right next to single-story houses. And that's our major thoroughfares to our small streets. I would venture to say every street that we live on up here. And if there's a street that doesn't have two-story houses next to single-story houses, I would love to see it. I live at 531 Foothill. Send me the photos. My email address is on the website. I would love to be proven wrong. But I think I'm right. And I just don't think that as a council, it's good policy to infringe on our residents unnecessarily. And I do think that this is an unnecessary infringement. I think that as soon as you require a property owner who, for various bona fide reasons, wants to put on a second story, I think, and this is a personal thing for me, a young family with children and maybe a growing family and maybe a situation where a family member, a parent or an older, aunt or uncle has to move in and you don't have the space other than trying to put on a second story or a modest second story addition, I'm now going to charge that family $4,000 and make them go through months of review, which will not only pit neighbor against neighbor. I have no doubt that this will cause a lot of neighbors to actually come out and become enemies rather than friends. And I think at the end of the day, I think the CUP process will lead to the Planning Commission probably approving most of these. I mean, I don't see a lot of these being denied by the Planning Commission. So I'm wondering why we would do it. So I can't vote for that tonight. On the reduction of the setback is fine. On the allowable gross floor area, I tend to agree with Councilmember Goss. I'm not quite sure what we're really getting at here. The smaller lots, the numbers show we're not making much of a difference, right? I mean, it's negligible on the very low end. And even in the middle kind of, 6,000 to 11,000, you're talking, 500 to 800 square feet, or depending on the size of the lot. I'm not quite sure why that's a stark improvement. I'm not quite sure why we would want to make a change to where that negligible of an effect is somehow improving our community or protecting our community or somehow making it to where future homes here are going to be more compatible. I don't see that. And on the high end, I do think that, I think it's a problem when you have 30,000 square foot lots and 40,000 square foot lots with property owners here, a lot of them who have lived here a long time and maybe their families lived here before. I can think of historic homes beyond the Jameson House estate where this is true. To tell them that they, now for reasons that are beyond me can't necessarily build a garage or a guest house or something that is covered and falls under the floor area. because we are worried about McMansions, it's just not really supported on those types of lots. A 30,000 square foot lot, a 40,000 square foot lot, again, I think you could probably conceivably think of a 4,000 to 5,000 square foot house, a 1,000 square foot garage, and maybe a 1,500 square foot guest house or a pool house. I mean, I don't think anyone would think that was egregious. I can't imagine that shocking the conscience. And we are saying here tonight that you couldn't do that. If you owned an acre lot, you couldn't build the Jameson estate. You couldn't build a house that, and a garage and whatever else you wanted to build that was above 6,700 square feet. I just don't buy it. I mean, I just don't think it is necessary. It's not necessary, and I don't think it's really improving anything. And to Mr. Goss's point, I do think that this is driven, I want to call a spade a spade. I think this is driven by fear. I really do. I think that a lot of folks are maybe rightfully fearful that Sierra Madre is going to become Arcadia, or Sierra Madre is going to become parts of Monrovia or Pasadena, and that developers are standing outside the boundaries of this town, literally frothing at the mouth, sharpening their nails, and calling all of their friends overseas, getting them ready to jump in here. And I just don't think that that's the case. I think that Sierra Madre has existing policies that will protect us. We have again, if we institute these new CUP levels, I think we have a planning commission that will be seeing all of these developments, potentially harmful developments in the future. And I think that there are other things on the books as they exist that have protected our community. We do want to get out in front of this, as Mr. Bryan said, but I think we are out in front of it. I mean, I think that what we've done to date, not only this council and councils before us, and appointing good planning commissioners, I think we have set up a process to where I am not fearful that you get the big mayor saws of the world are going to come in here and take over Sierra Madre, and we're going to start seeing McMansions up and down the streets. I just don't. And because of that, I'm not convinced that we have to adjust the allowable gross floor area. So at this point, I can support the CUP levels, but I cannot support the other aspects of this. And, just throwing this out there, if we were to do a little bit, and I think we have had we've had numerous public hearings about this, but I'm not quite sure how many folks, really know what's going on. I just don't know. One thought is, and to take maybe a few weeks, maybe send out a notice and say, here are the proposed adjustments to floor area. Here are the proposed adjustments to CUP levels. Send it out in a water bill or send it out somehow in an e-blast and see what we get. I think the Planning Commission took a long time with this. I can't imagine why we as the final arbiter would not want to take our time as well. For various reasons. One, we're not the experts. I think planning commissioners have some more expertise in the nitty-gritty of these policies. But secondly, I think that we need to decide this with full knowledge of what the community thinks. And I do appreciate everyone that's come tonight and said what they've said, but I've heard from, again, numerous people offline that won't come to these types of meetings. They just, for various reasons, are allergic to city council meetings or busy or whatnot. But there's a fair amount of folks that don't like this, and we didn't hear from them tonight. I don't think the Planning Commission heard from them other than a few people that we heard from, that there were some people that dissented, but not many. So I would almost propose that, we do, if the city council, I think, I'm outvoted right now. If the city council does really want to go forward with this, and we think that is the best thing to do, then I don't see the harm in giving fuller notice, letting people know that this is coming, and seeing what happens. So that's where I stand on that.
I would kind of disagree with you on that last bit because we've never done that before.
I agree. We've never done that. Well, actually, I don't agree on that because we have sent out notices on things such as water conservation measures that we hadn't passed yet, that were going to be passed in the future. And we have sent out.
But you went ahead and had the public hearings before that?
Well, I think that we had numerous meetings, city council meetings on our water conservation issues. I mean, all the way back to July 2013. And we still, up until a few council meetings ago, were giving residents more time to get comfortable with our new policies and our new restrictions. So, yeah, I mean, I think there is precedent for it. That being said, even if there weren't, even if we hadn't done this in the past, I mean, this is serious. This is something that affects every homeowner in Sierra Madre. I mean, I don't think that we, as policymakers, have, passed something this grand in scope. I mean, even the demolition moratorium really was focused on historic homes, and that was as we defined it, it was less than 30% of the households in this community. Mm-hmm. We are literally passing new policies that affect every homeowner in this town, and I just don't. Again, I think the Planning Commission did take a long time with it, and I appreciate that. And there were public hearings. I think we all know, though, that the average citizen has no clue what's going on before the City Council or the Planning Commission.
I agree.
So.
Can I ask a
Yeah.
question, just for sake of discussion?
Yeah.
I mean, your points are well taken from both of you, but with regard to the maximum floor area, are you, we did have limits to floor area before.
Yep.
And what we did here is reduce them. Is there a level in between that is acceptable to you, or did you think that what we had before was the right number?
I personally thought the number we had was the right number. I also think that this would have been a little bit more palatable if we were to, I think, have another tier that addresses, lots above 30,000 square feet. Again, that's not going to be me. I don't think it's anyone upon this council, but there are a fair amount of homes above 25,000 or 30,000 square feet where I think the existing floor area ratios. If the council does want to, with the 3 votes, move forward, I would almost insist that we think about doing that. Maybe adding another tier to where anything above 30,000 square feet, the existing floor area as we have it on the books now stays.
Well, yeah, I see there's problems with that, but I mean, we can talk about that a little bit. I'm just trying to facilitate to see if there's something that 5 council people can agree on, because I agree with you, we've got the votes, we can push this through, but I don't necessarily think that's the best way to handle it. With regard to the second story, I mean, I'm, and again, a property rights guy, but I really sympathize very, very much with those whose value has been diminished because of what somebody else has done. So is there a way, I really think it's important to have a review. What I didn't like about the old process is that even if we notified you, you could just meekly protest, and as Matt Bryan said, you get an FU on it, And I don't really think that's helpful. So the review process, I think, is important. But if what you're saying is that what's giving you gas about this is the cost of the CUP,
Partly, yeah.
That's another issue. I mean, we have control over that. We can waive, reduce, we can do anything we think is appropriate with the cost. So I want to throw that out as a possibility too, but I feel very strongly about having the second story review. And with that, it as you said yourself, a lot of these are going to be built anyway, but possibly with some modifications that fit the neighborhood, that respect the privacy of the people, and somehow maybe can mitigate the problems of blocking somebody's view entirely. So I remember, like, when, before I was on council, going to the general plan meetings, and I'll just say this. At first, when I heard things saying, well, we don't only want to protect the views of the mountains, we want to protect the views of the valley. And my first thought is, oh my God, that is ridiculous. Mm-hmm. But listening to people, I've come around the other way on it, and I'm trying to, again, find that balance of what the individual property owner and what they want to do with their property versus, as the saying goes, your right stop where your fist meets my face, So So I'm really okay with that, but I just want to say that I think the review process is good. If it's the cost that we're imposing on them, then we can deal with that differently. And I understand that's a difficult discussion we're having with budget. But again, I've said this to the community before, is some of these things that the community wants, the community has to pay for when you're taking something from somebody else. So I'm open to that. But I mean, I keep looking at this thing about how these big homes, and again, I use the Jameson Estate as an example that couldn't be built today, but almost. Right now, the limit on that one, from what I understand of the property size, and I may be off a little bit, but you could build an 8,100, 8,100 today, where what's there today is about 8,400, assuming that the garage, three-car garage, is about 600 square feet.
It's
And-
bigger than that.
Well, okay, so even if it is, it's a little bit bigger. So what is the impact on that? Not that much. I mean, if you've got a 1.2 acre lot, you can still build a pretty damn big house. And so I'm not feeling like we're taking a lot away from somebody there. As I said, I don't necessarily think this is perfect, but it's not so bad that I've got something else that I can suggest that's better, again, without data, as Councilmember Goss says. So I'm just respecting that the commission went through a lot of work here. I don't believe it's perfect, but I think it does reflect what the community of Sierra Madre wants. And, and again, I've been paying attention to the issue for a long time now, long before I was elected to the council, participating in the general plan process and all that. So again, if there's something you can suggest that would make this okay for all 5 council members, I'd like to hear what it is.
Well,
And don't forget, we have variances too.
Well, variances almost,
do.
I'll just say this, is they're
dead on arrival
they're
usually.
really hard to justify variances, you know.
Can I jump in here?
Sure.
Look, I really appreciate that. I mean, and you've done this before on this council, and I think your tone and your willingness to talk is great. I think that's what has made this council better than previous councils, frankly, because in the past, you get to this point, all heck breaks loose. But it looks to me like we just have legitimate differences of opinion here. It looks to me like reasonable people up here simply have come to a disagreement. If you could take away all the cost of doing a CUP and assure me that at the end of that process that you're going to people will be able to build their second story, but I don't think that's what you want. I think the CUP should be there so that if they do want to do something that the Planning Commission thinks is egregious, they're going to keep them from doing it. And I think at some point the property owner is going to say, well, the heck with it, I'm not going to build it. So I guess my concern is that that's going to affect real people. And I'm balancing that against the other things you're trying to achieve here, and I just think we just disagree. But I do appreciate your
But the
your
question
tone
is-
and your
The question
approach.
is there a modification that you could live with? I mean, I'm not sure that I'd be willing to go along, but I want to hear what you think would make this okay. Is it remove the second story? Is it to go back to the original proposed floor area limits? What is it that would make it okay?
When I first talked about this, and my thought was, if you have a 1 acre lot and you're looking at an 8,700 square foot house and a 67, I don't think it makes a heck of a difference on a 1 acre lot. I don't see why we want to take that 2,000 feet away from a person who is fortunate enough to own a 1 acre lot. I don't think I'm ever going to be fortunate enough to own a 1 acre lot. Don't own one now, so I don't have a dog in this hunt. But I'm thinking, why do we want to just do that if there's no real proportional issue there? So if we could maybe take a look at the high end and carve out some kind of a niche and look at the second story question, I would, if you could get rid of the cost of the CUP for second story addition, and I don't know, maybe build into the Planning Commission's procedures some means where, if not guaranteed, there's almost certainty that a person can actually build a second story if they follow the rules. yeah, I guess I could sign on to it, but I don't, you know, that's kind of
Council-
materially changing what you've offered here pretty significantly, and
Now, I wouldn't go along with that. I don't want any guarantee that they can build it. That's what the process is for, to prevent it if it's not appropriate.
So I have a suggestion. Would, if we just left the current floor area ratio for those acre lots as they are, because I think we heard there's not that many that this really concerns. So if we left it at what it currently is, and maybe talk about a reduction of the CUP for the second story. I couldn't go along with guaranteeing it, but I would like the people to be able to come and the neighbors talk about it. Because I think what you're going to find is there is going to be, especially with our architects on the planning commission, they're so good about, making suggestions on how, just don't put a window there, or, rearrange things that it would work for everybody. So I would be okay with that.
I mean, these are great suggestions. So to Councilmember Delmar's compromise there, yeah, I think that's somewhat what I'm thinking, right? Whether it's I don't know if the cutoff is the acre lot, because I think that's 19 lots. Maybe that is the cutoff. What if the second story, I think that might be a longer discussion. But, for these floor area ratios, again, I don't think on the lower end you're seeing a ton of movement. I think on the higher end is where I'm more concerned. Why wouldn't we think about maybe putting in that fourth tier where if you have a lot that is bigger than 3,500 square feet or 35,000 square feet, or maybe it's an acre, whatever the cutoff, or 40,000 square feet. I wouldn't want to just make it the acre lots, because I think that a 35,000 square foot lot's really big, and I think that will be able to house a house very comfortably under the existing floor area ratios. So I think I could probably live with the floor area proposal if we did institute that fourth tier at a reasonable kind of cutoff, and I don't know where that cutoff is. Maybe it's 35,000.
And I'll just really quickly comment that I did write in my notes as, can we consider a fourth tier?
Yeah.
So I'm definitely not opposed to that. I don't know where that is,
Yeah,
though, and
where
I
is
don't
that
think
tier?
that
See,
can come up
Here's
in
the
this
problem.
discussion.
Here's the problem I
Chair
have with it.
Design and John Hutt when we need them. Where's that fourth tier? Where's that? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it helps, though, because then what you're doing, the way this is working, is as you move up the tiers, the floor area ratio percentage decreases. So are you saying that when we get to the fourth tier, now we're
You get a larger-
magically allowing more?
Well, and
that
that's what
seems
they're saying,
totally
that's why this formula
backwards.
is there.
But
I mean,
here-
there was a reason.
The only
I-
way you
Put together
fix
the
this to
formula.
me is that you change these percentages. So if you're saying, yeah, because if you're saying, all right, well, before it was 15% of area over 11,000, now it's 10%. So is 13% the right number? Is 12% the right number? But I'm not seeing how adding a tier fixes the
I
problem.
do
So
know
here's-
that John Hutt is an expert.
I know,
in-
and we can have them come up. But here's why I think there are good policy reasons why you might want to treat those big lots differently. And I think it's twofold. One, we're we're going to be in a drought, and we talked about this before. We're going to be in a drought until eternity. And if you have a 40,000 square foot lot, and we're taking 1,500 or 1,700 of your square footage away to build, we're essentially saying that you can't do much else with it. You can't plant, you're not planting orange groves anymore. You don't have the water for it. You're not planting a lawn unless you want a $1,500 water bill. In some ways, allowing these people to build a bigger garage makes more sense environmentally. And it makes more sense, it does. It does.
Could be
I'm sorry.
cement or
It does. On an acre lot,
Well, we can debate.
yeah, we can, but on an acre lot, allowing them to build a bigger garage or a bigger guest house has very little, if not, it might not have any environmental impact, but having them landscape that property, or having them, plant thirsty trees, and here's policy justifications for why you can treat those lots differently. And secondly, I think that it goes to the whole point of why we're trying to do this, which is proportionality, compatibility. Again, on these bigger lots, an 8,000 square foot structure broken up between a house, a garage, a guest house, that is proportional. I mean, that is compatible.
To me, it is.
On the lower end, it doesn't make as much sense in terms of proportionality. And that's why I think you can treat these larger lots differently. I mean, I just think you can.
Well, I think the easiest way to fix it is just change that percent. It was 15 and now it's 10. Is there a better number in there?
That
Oh,
means
for the-
larger homes on smaller lots.
Well, not larger
Yeah.
than,
Not if you just
again,
limit
the
it to the first.
baseline is over 11,000, it's 3850 plus 15%. The proposal is 3,500 plus 10%. So,
Oh, just on over the 11,000 square feet?
on the larger lots, so, how do you fix that? I'm just saying that seems to, the only way that makes sense to me is to change that percent there to get you somewhere between what we had and what is proposed.
Good, someone who knows.
And when we interject on that, I think if you, higher end, if you're looking to resolve that, the better route is to create another tier that follows the same proportional language. In other words, you're talking about revising the third tier, but really you're going to be revising that for lots that are sort of what we're characterizing as large lots, and we could probably agree that something in 30,000 and above would be considered your estate lots or whatever the case may be, and then creating a tier that follows the same language, but will create a base, and then that second percentage, which is the proportion, we can play with that to address the lots that are 30,000 and above an acre, going on from there.
Okay.
Do you have a suggestion where that cutoff point would be?
The lower, where that
The
fourth tier
top, the
would
fourth
start.
tier, yeah.
I mean, off the top of my head, without looking at all the numbers, I would think somewhere around that 30,000 or, like the last tier goes to 15 as far as,
You're going from 7,500
Yeah,
to
let's see.
11,000 to infinity.
over 11, right? So
So maybe you'd make it at,
I think we want that 11 to go, not just be over 11, but be from 11 to some value.
30 or something.
And then we take that same sort of allowable GSF where you get a base value, like
Yeah.
in that case, it's 3,500, plus a percentage of everything above that. We would do the same thing with something above,
but again, if you follow the pattern, you start out with, it's 35% for the small, 25, 10. Now, are you saying it's something less now or something greater
Well, I
for the
think
fourth
that
tier?
At that point, that second part is the percentage of the result, the leftover of your lot, let's say, right?
True, but in my mind, the math is pointing to something smaller, not bigger.
Well, but clearly what we want to do there is allow something more reasonable.
Yeah.
So we would want, that's the mechanism where we can play with that percentage to arrive at something, that
It's not
is
80.
more proportional to an acre lot.
Okay, well, it just seems to me, Mr. Mayor, that we're not going to figure that out tonight. So,
I mean,
if there is a
no.
way that, again, I'm okay with,
We can just add it, say we're gonna add it.
Well, yeah, why can't we, I mean,
Well,
look, this
is
fourth
it-
tier,
ask for it.
what if we make the fourth tier at 30, this third tier is 11,000 to 30,000, and then for the 30,000 and above, why wouldn't we just stick with the original allowable buildable floor area?
Well, because
It doesn't-
you got to follow the proportional, but you
You
can't.
do in theory, but you really don't, right? I mean, there's no reason why you have to follow any of this rubric,
But
you know?
you can do it the same way, like at 30,000, right? So your
Yeah.
next tier is going to be 30,000 to infinity, right?
Sure.
So at 30,000, you're going to have a base value, which is going to be your 3,500 plus 10% over 11,000. So the 19,000, you're going to get 1,900 plus the 3,500, right?
Right.
So that's going to be your base.
Mhm.
Okay, so if your lot's exactly 30,000 square feet, that's what you're gonna be able to
Right.
build, right? But let's say the lot's an acre, so it's at 44,000. That next 14,000 square feet is gonna get some multiplier added to it. to that.
No, I understand.
So
I understand how
we
it works.
can-
right.
We can play with that ratio so that it gets to something more commensurate to
Yeah.
what,
So,
what the existing would have been, or
Right, and I guess, my point, I think Councilmember Goss's point is that the existing for those types of lots, so the existing buildable floor area for those lots isn't egregious in terms of proportionality. So my point is, why not just keep the original, which would be 3850 plus 15% of area? Why wouldn't you keep that? I still haven't heard a compelling justification why you wouldn't do that.
I'll tell you why. Because, first of all, what you'd end up with is a sudden jump. I mean, if you want to change everything, you can go and change everything and get rid of all the changes we're recommending. I don't agree with that in the least. But if you decide, well, if you have a lot over 30,000, you're going to get like a sudden big jump in how many square foot you could get in your house at
A big jump that already
30,000.
exists.
You're going to get, if you have
Yes, it
if you
already
have a
exists.
lot that's 14,999, you can build X, whatever, let's say it's 5,000 feet, just as an example. And now we change the rule to go back. It was, if you have a lot that's the next foot up, suddenly you're going to get 600 or 1,000 more square feet just because you're, a little bit bigger. The reason this was written the way it is because it's a curve
And
that
we-
varies.
we had that
So
exact
you're
issue.
suggesting, okay, if your lot is above so-and-so, then suddenly you get a much bigger house. It's not rational. It doesn't match with the rest of this.
And I could,
I completely disagree. I think that we don't have, I think that you're suggesting, you'd have a house that's 6,000 square feet and you have another building at this, another building at this, but the chances are that's not how it's going to be. The chances are it's going to be a house that's one gigantic lump. And I think that's totally incompatible with Sierra Madre. I completely disagree with you on this.
Okay.
And I think
Well,
the rest of the planning commission.
here's the reality. So the reality, and look, here's the reality. The reality is the homes on the 19 acre lots are as I say they are. They're not 8,000 square foot homes, right? I mean, there's very few.
Why are we encouraging that?
Well, because I think some of those homes are actually really, really cool. I mean, there's the Jameson Estate. I mean, you have.
No one's building a Jameson estate now.
You don't know. I mean, look. My point is that the evidence as it exists now supports my theory, not yours. Not that my theory is better. I'm just saying it has more evidence to support it.
And what's
And
that evidence?
the evidence is you have 19 acre lots right now in the town, right? And you don't have any of these giant, huge boxes that you're suggesting. You have either really regal, really nice estates that we all know of because they're kind of a cornerstone of this town, or you have a reasonable one-story or two-story home with a back house and a separate garage. You see those. I mean, so I guess my point is that I don't think that the existing floor area has necessarily served us poorly. I think it's served us well. And to your point about why is it rational to keep the existing floor area ratio for those big homes, I think I could ask you the opposite question. Why is it rational to all of a sudden change that when we don't see an issue in these big lots? We don't see an issue of unproportionality in these big lots. We don't see an issue of big boxy houses being built. We don't see an issue of, no, you're right. I mean, look, not yet, but I'm saying give me the counterfactual. Give me the reason why I should vote today to change an existing system that seems to have served this community very well.
I'll give you an example. We have had houses come to the planning commission that were over 4,000 square feet, which the planning commission looked at and said, these houses are completely unsuitable in terms of bulk and massing and design for the neighborhood for which they were recommended. So the builder comes back and proposes a house which is almost identical, but is 3,999 square feet. Right? And if the rule had been 3,500 square feet, they would have come back and built the house at 3,499 square feet because this was a spec house. I can guarantee it was, because that's what happens. People all the time come to the planning commission and say, I'm building this wonderful house where my family is going to live in it and we want to fit in with Sierra Madre and whatever. And then the next thing you know, it's...
Yeah, they build and they sell it, yeah.
They built it and it's sold. I mean, I have seen this over and over again.
Yeah.
Many times. So that the reason that we're not seeing houses that are completely even more oversized is because of the rules that we have. That's why. And I think that this is not just my opinion, this is the opinion that we have heard from all these many, many people who come to the planning commission, not just on this issue, but on other houses that come before the commission. And I feel very strongly that this is how the majority of people in Sierra Madre feel. And I think that we've, and I think you would probably agree with me, and so would John, who's been on the Planning Commission, that this isn't just, my personal opinion. This is what we hear over and over again. You can say, well, people don't come, but all we can, and all that in the general plan process, we heard this over and over and over again. Denise can talk to this, that people in Sierra Madre feel very strongly about this. And I think that your issue that a house could be more environmentally appropriate, the bigger it is, I don't agree with that at all. And I think that you can do the most incredibly beautiful landscaping that takes the teeniest drops of water in California, that you can do wonderfully. If you're going to buy a 1 acre lot, you have the money to do beautiful xeriscaping, beautiful dry landscaping, which is environmentally correct. It doesn't take fertilizer, it doesn't take water, so that a bigger house is not going to be environmentally more appropriate to Sierra Madre than a smaller one.
I mean, what if it's a really environmentally friendly, like, LEED-built house, that's very, solar panels, the whole nine? Then it might be, I'm being somewhat facetious here, but I'm saying it could be a very environmentally friendly home, can be more environmentally friendly than landscaping. I guess that's my point, depending on the landscaping. A lawn is not very environmentally friendly. Can we agree on that?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I think most people are still of the mindset, wrongly, that a lawn means that you live in America because you have a lawn, So that's my only point. But look,
I think that this idea of reducing the maximum square footage of houses is very much supported by people in Sierra Madre.
Sure. Look, and I don't disagree. My concern is that we haven't heard, the folks that I've heard from that own the 30,000 square foot lots and above are the ones that have a huge problem with this. Well, Barbara, they're at home watching. I don't know where they are. I mean, they're asleep. I hope to God they're asleep at this point or spending time with their families. But they're not here, and it's our job to represent them too, I guess is my point.
Can I just ask, John?
Yes.
What is their problem? I mean, they're already existing, they're living there, and they just want to build.
Their problem. Look, it's a good question. What is their problem? I think their problem is, at a fundamental level, it's you are taking away my property rights and my ability to improve my property through whatever it is, a remodel or a guest house or whatever we want to do. And I'm not quite sure why. I mean, I have this huge lot. I have this acre lot or whatever it is, and I can't even see my neighbor, I mean,
Yeah.
And, if I played my stereo as loud as I could, they don't care. But you're telling me that I can't build a garage that's this big or a guest house that's this big. And look, and they ask, why? Like, what have I done to deserve this? And I think it's a good question. I don't have a great answer for it.
And I think I can understand that, but a lot of these are to protect us in the future when those houses get torn down. And that's what's happening more and more. And the 30,000, I would be perfectly happy to just institute the 8,000 square foot per acre above and then review it in a year and see how many of those you can tell me how many of those people it was affected.
And again, there is a solution here, because you bring up a good point, that the problem that we think we have, which I think we have, is in the smaller lots and overbuilding.
Smaller lots.
So, therefore, if the big ones are not a problem, why is this at 10%? It used to be 15%. Right. It's now 10. Even if we put it back to say, I'll just throw a number out there. If it was 15% today and say as a compromise, it's still less because the old one was 3,850
started at 30.
plus 15. This is 3,500 plus 15. So you reduced it somewhat. So that's what I keep saying is that if the 10% is the wrong number, what is the right number?
Right. And maybe it is, look, you make a good point. Maybe it's just 15%. Maybe it's 3,500 plus 15% for properties over 30,000. you know?
It's still,
What do you, okay, sorry.
What do you mean?
What do you mean it doesn't work out? It doesn't work out in the metric that the planning commission came up with.
What-
I'm
The
sorry.
third
I mean,
tier, the third tier we have that's over 11,000, it's covering lots that are basically 11,000 to infinity,
Yeah.
right? But I think to get in alignment, we need to have it, because the 11,000 lot, we wouldn't consider large. I mean,
Right.
you can debate that, but the point being is, by changing it to the 15%, you're gonna affect lots that are 11, 12, 13, 14, going up. I think if you wanna institute a higher percentage, let's
create a fourth tier.
create a
Fourth
fourth
tier.
tier.
I think that's what I was
okay,
Instead of-
but
instead
see,
of-
my feeling
instead
is,
of changing the
here's the
third tier.
problem I have with it. This isn't a good drawing, but, if this is your first tier, this is your second tier, this is your third tier, what's happening the way you've done it is the slope decreases from the previous tiers. Now you're gonna get to a fourth tier and the slope increases. You've given an entitlement now to people with a larger property where they get more
They do.
than somebody with a smaller property.
Proportionally, sure. They do.
They
do.
Oh, well, okay.
They do. I mean, look, I mean, are we talking fairness now? I'm sorry. Are we now worried about fairness? Is that now coming into the equation? Because I thought we were talking about preserving our community.
And proportionality.
Yeah, and proportionality. I mean, again, if we want to talk fairness, we're not going to get very far here. I don't think that any of this is necessarily fair. I don't think that any of this is necessarily helping any property owner. I
That's
think
what I hear. I hear from people who say, what are they doing? This isn't fair. What did I do to deserve this? This is my property. I want to have to reserve the right to put a second story on it if I have to take care of my mother-in-law when she gets old, or if I want to expand my family, or if I want an exercise room. I've heard all kinds of different ways in
We're
which
not
people would
gonna-
use a second
But
story.
Councilman Goss, just to make a point, we're not going to agree on that. But I think
Okay, well-
we're not that far from agreeing on something else. I mean,
I just think that there was a fourth tier here. I mean, I really think
I
that there's
am,
a fourth
I am okay with I am actually okay with still moving forward as is, but I will consider a fourth tier for that piece of it. And I guess I want to understand procedurally. I mean, I know, Mayor, you had made the recommendation to possibly table this, but just so I understand procedurally, would it make any sense if we took three pieces of this as an ordinance and held off on a fourth piece, or is it really packaging this as one?
I see it,
So I understand.
in my perspective, and I'm one of five up here, but I don't see why we couldn't necessarily do a piece or three pieces and talk about, the last piece, at a future council meeting. I don't necessarily see why this is necessarily a package, but,
is there changes to the R1?
they're changing, yeah, absolutely.
Every council meeting, we could make different changes to the R. We could do that.
But I think we have a limited universe here to where we know that these are the four issues that we're going to be considering. And there's no reason why we're going to kick something to the curb because we don't have the amount of time, or we might not have ironed everything out tonight, to where maybe we might be able to at a future council meeting. I guess is my point.
Okay, I just wouldn't want to drag this out
I don't either.
too long, and that's why I'm really struggling to find something, because again, we could have pushed this through with 3 votes. I don't want to do that.
Well, can we talk about a fourth tier then? We don't have to drag this on. Can we talk about a fourth
Can I
tier?
ask a question of the city attorney then? Is, if we did a first reading tonight, could we come back would that be considered a substantial change that we could make an adjustment before we approve it?
If you create a fourth tier, or if you change the tier that's already there, for example, instead of 10%, 15%, or if you create a fourth tier and start to essentially go the opposite direction from what all these tiers are doing, any of those are substantive changes, and we will have to redo the first reading. If you take parts that you can agree on tonight, it's a substantive change, we will have to redo the first reading. Pretty much any change you make, if it's substantive, we will have to redo the first reading.
So we couldn't just say, we're going to, do alternate one with direction to the planning commission to come back with a fourth tier.
You could do that, but again, because you have substantively changed the ordinance, we would redo the first reading. You're kind of dialing it back and starting starting over. One thing you could do, you'd still have to come back and you'd still be redoing it as first reading, but you could just change the existing last tier back to 15%, if you want, and you're still keeping the proportionality that the Planning Commission created. And I would just add that there is a reason in terms of proportionality and bulk and mass, for not allowing an even bigger house on a bigger lot, an acre lot. And that's because if you have, the acre, and the difference between a 6,700 square foot house and an 8,700 square foot house on an acre, it may not seem like, 2,000 feet sounds like a lot, but it also gives the Planning Commission the ability to consider siting of that property.
Mm-hmm.
When you've got 2,000 feet less of a house, that is going to make a difference in terms of your ability to site it on that large lot, so that you decrease the impact of, and maybe if one of the concerns is that the bigger the lot you have, you should allow more square footage, well, you could also possibly do an exception and allow really large lots over a certain square footage to have separate square footage for like a second unit or a garage. You could always carve it out that way, if that's the concern, that, you have this really big lot and you want to make sure that you've got enough conglomerate space to make it possible to do a guest house. You could separate that out. So there are a lot of different things you could do. Any of them are going to require second reading. Just throwing some ideas out there. Perhaps
What was the first one you said?
the simplest thing would be to change the over 11,000 square foot rung on the allowable gross floor area from 10% to 15%. You still keep the proportionality that the Planning Commission was trying to achieve, which is you ratchet down.
Right.
And the purpose of that, like I said, is because, the bigger the lot, well, the bigger the house, but it's not proportionately bigger, because a big house is still a big impact. And so if you shrink it a bit, you give the opportunity, you have more space to site it, so that it's less of a visual impact. And that's really what the Planning Commission was trying to do with this package.
So here, I'm going to throw out a suggestion. I'm willing to back off on the 10%, but not go all the way to 15. And I want to see if 12% would work for you guys to push this through on a first reading tonight.
I could do.
What about the second story where you're?
Well, let's talk about one at a time.
Yeah, I still, I guess I just don't, I understand what the city attorney's saying about proportionality and you keeping it with the third tier. I would either be in favor of going back up to 15% or just starting with a fourth tier, personally. I mean, I just don't think 12, I appreciate the compromise on 12. I just still think that we're talking about the big lots, the jumbo lots. I'm not concerned with the 11,000 to 25 or 21,000 square foot houses or square foot lots, because I think that kind of is the sweet spot of what the Planning Commission was, it's the smaller lots, but also there's, John Hutt said, there's a lot of houses between 11,000 and 21,000, so I'm not sure that would be wise.
The only thing I can think of at this point, I'm open to suggestions, but I think we table it, and at the next meeting, somebody has to come up with a very specific proposal. I don't want this to go back to the Planning Commission. I think, we're pretty close to getting something that works here, but you'd have to come back with something very specific that we could move on and vote.
And I just need a comment that I'm just not comfortable with us coming up with the percentages, because I don't know. I mean, that's why I want to defer to the experts. So, I mean, for me, I'm not comfortable coming up with, 12% or 14%. I definitely will consider a fourth tier. I also do not want to wait, and either we.
It's not going to help, though.
But it would, wouldn't it?
This is where I'm not.
I guess I just.
Because, okay, throw a number out there and let's calculate how it would work. It's going unless you change the slope and you are giving a bigger entitlement now as far as square footage, it just isn't going to work. Throw a number out there and let's
It sounded like from what Chair
calculate.
Desai said, that it would work. It would still be proportional, coming up with some calculation. Am I incorrect in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think a couple of options that I think are viable is you could create a 4-tier where you go, and it'll mess up the
Yeah,
curve,
you're
but I think
pretty.
what you could do is
you're pretty
30,000 and
round.
up, you would get a base, which would, I think we calculated would be like 5,400 square feet plus at 30,000. And as you move up, you would get
30,000.
15%.
So you give a higher percentage?
Yeah, and you get, I mean, but what that does is this 3rd tier gets protected, which is
Okay.
from 11,000
Okay.
to 30,000.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was
Okay,
thinking.
does that work?
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of what I was thinking, because you're still capturing the 11 to 30.
Yeah, I think I was gonna say a more viable idea to play around with would be what the city attorney suggested was maybe allow some exceptions to some of those accessory structures that you would have on a larger lot, whereas, because they're separate structures, so as far as the bulk and massing, you're not
Right.
trying to push and pull the main mass, but you're allowing an exception for, let's say, the guest house or the.
Yeah, Chairman Desai, let me just say about that, that means putting it back to you guys
Yeah.
to come up with
So,
something.
yeah.
No, but if we
not
give them a narrow
necessarily.
charge, if we say, and look, I mean, I do like the planning commission having to handle, these types of things before we do. I don't want to put more work on them, but if we go back to them with a narrow charge and say, come up with that, that 4th tier, come up with a way to deal with these big lots. I mean, would you guys be nauseous just thinking about that, or you would, right? I mean, I know, that's why I feel bad, but
Let me just add one more thing into this mix about what you're talking about, the size of these houses. The problem with a lot of the lots in Sierra Madre is the idea of buildable area, right?
Yeah.
It's like there are some lots which are totally flat, but hardly any. And I'm thinking of some big houses that have come to us, and it turns out they have, a really big lot, but only 20% of it is actually buildable. So you end up with this gigantic house in one location, fairly close to the other houses, where it has a really big impact for the size. It's not like necessarily you're going to take this 8,700 square foot house and plop it down in the middle of the lot surrounded by trees where it's going to have the least impact on the neighbors. It could be that you're going to plop it closest to the houses and nearer to the street, where it does have a huge impact and is completely, the bulk and mass are out of sync. And I think that that's kind of what you're not capturing. You're thinking,
No,
it's a
but-
great lot, it's plopped in the middle, they can make it as big as they want, but it's not like that.
But that's covered in the CUP process itself. You always have that ability to restrict somebody if it is not appropriate. That has nothing to do with the ultimate size of what you can build in the lot. What we're trying to do here is find a way from arbitrarily limiting how big a house you could put on a big lot if there are no other constraints. No?
Well, you could say we already do that, right?
Th-
We already
Well,
have an
exactly,
arbitrary number,
that's the
which-
point.
We
So
already
that,
have an arbitrary number in existence, which the consensus of the planning commission was that arbitrary number was too large. That's the last thing I'm gonna say about it.
Yeah. No, understood. And I think that, in the views of other people, that arbitrary number was fine. So I just think that we have to balance that. We have to say, well, what is, there isn't a right or wrong here. I am convinced through this conversation and listening to your guys' conversation, this isn't about right and wrong. This is about preferences. And because of that, this is really, really tough. It's really tough. But going back to sorry.
I mean, I would strongly suggest if we're gonna toy with, ratcheting the percentage on this 3rd tier, I would rather not mess with that and create something that's a 4th tier that addresses sort of these larger lots, irrespective of sort of what their makeup is, but sort of moving up to 30,000 and above, it's got its own formula there.
okay, so if I can suggest then what we're talking about is giving it back to the planning commission. And I would just suggest if you wanted to do that, the direction we give them is to look at just the upper end of this and to make sure that we are not unduly restricting arbitrarily at the high end of this if there are no other constraints. I mean, that's what we're looking for, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And we can add that, so we can do alternate one.
Well, I don't think I don't think we can pass first reading if they're gonna.
Do we need to pass anything?
Can you do it where the third tier is 11,000 to 30,000 and just approve it that way?
And then just come back with the,
Oh, yeah. Why couldn't we do that?
And anything over 30,000 is
Would have to
as
go through
is-
another,
well, yeah, as
anything
it
over
stands now
30,000
would be,
is the current standard
oh, the way it is
applies.
now, which
And
it
then we'd
would be
make another
anyway if
change
we
later?
postponed this.
You could, and you'll be redoing the first reading. I mean, any direction that you give staff, we'll put into the ordinance and we'll bring it back to you, and you'll be redoing the first reading. There's no way around it if you're going to make a substantive change.
So I would, let me just appeal to Councilmember Del Mar and Mayor Pro Tem Capocha, since we all agreed initially that all four of these pieces were fine. I think, I agree in concept what we're trying to do with the larger houses, but if we're really looking at those over an acre, we're really looking at 19 lots.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'm just gonna ask that the clapping is, I've tolerated it, up to a point. I just, please keep it down.
But if it is the 30,000 that we're concerned of, obviously, I think this needs to go fourth tier. But if it's the acre part, it's really a small number we're looking at.
Well, okay, to your point, and we, if what is the probability that development is gonna happen on these 19 lots anyway in the next couple of years is probably pretty small. I mean, one or two might be affected. We can agendize this, we can approve it as written today and agendize it to clean that up. I mean, the Planning Commission has a lot of stuff on their plate. I'm not sure that particular point should hold this up and also jump in front of other priorities.
And the
there's a
budget-
danger though, but there's a danger that we just let it go and it never becomes a priority again. But I think I would just suggest that we leave that to you council people, that you feel strongly about this. You need to insist that we bring it back at the right time again then, I know this is tough
It
because you
will be
want to get it
tough,
right
yeah.
the first
Yeah, it'll
time.
be tough.
And the second story issue is big for me, so, I mean, I don't know.
It is for me as well.
I wanted to get to that, but we haven't been able to get past the allowable gross floor area,
Yeah.
so.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, similar concerns about the second story and the gross floor area, but, again, look, I will entertain a motion if you guys want to vote on it, if, perfectly understood, and, that is what it is. If we want to vote on it, then we can vote on it, or we can continue talking about it.
Look, I'm gonna make the motion to approve it as written here, and again, I apologize that we just can't all get a consensus on it. But I
No
would
apologies
like, I
needed.
would like then that you guys come back at some time with some suggestions on how to make it good. I understand you don't like it, but I don't yet know what, you would propose. If you want to just go back to the old way, or if there's something in between. But I think we should just, I feel very strongly about the second story part myself. This part of it that we've been discussing, I'm not so strong on, but the second story part, I am very strong on. So I'm willing to make a motion just to push this through, and then if you feel strongly that that's not the way we need to go, then you need to bring it back at some point in the future.
And I'll second.
And also, I really do trust our planning commission, and they're the experts, and they spent 4 meetings, and, so yes.
And I just want to make one more comment before I make the motion. I agree with you guys that nobody's right and nobody's wrong here. And the discussion is good. And to the public, I hope that you appreciate the fact that, we are playing devil's advocate here, and we're doing our best to get it right and not necessarily appeal to those who are willing to come to the podium. I mean, it's an important point that there are people out there that do not agree with this. And we as a council are trying to get it right, and we've spent a lot of time on it. So I'm going to make the motion that we,
We already did, and
I
the motion made?
You made the
Oh,
motion.
I did?
yeah.
Okay, I
And let
didn't
me,
realize I did
I
that.
move to
So
approve as written.
Yeah, so it's
Yep.
alternate number.
Ordinance number
alternate number
13.
And the second was from Councilmember Del Mar or Arizmendi?
No, one,
It was
Yes.
Arizmendi.
and the ordinance for first reading. Is that what you're,
Okay.
okay.
And then can I make one friendly?
Sure.
And this isn't, this goes
Okay.
to the CUP, can we waive the CUP fee on the second story?
It's not part of this.
We can talk about that
Oh,
during
wait,
the
we need to
discussion.
finish this motion.
No,
Wait,
this would be
that's
a
a
friendly.
friendly motion.
It-
No,
It's
I
not,
agree.
and I'm getting told by the city attorney it's not part of this ordinance.
It's
so-
not part of this ordinance, so
it's-
there's really no place
okay.
for it.
But we could discuss it when we
Place
talk
for
about fees,
future
right?
discussion, though.
Okay, there's a motion on the table, and we have a second, so all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. That passes 3-2. And it is 10:35.
budget.
Yeah, I think we're done.
And nobody leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we all have to stay here while we do the budget.
I would like to find out what the council would like to do regarding the budget item.
I think
My
we're-
staff's I know it's late, and we have a policy, we stop by 10:30. I would recommend a special meeting to continue the budget, because I would not want to wait till your second meeting in April. That will get us very behind schedule.
Can we do next Tuesday? Is there
I
something?
can't do next Tuesday, I'm out of town. Can we do next Thursday, maybe? I'm out of town until Wednesday.
You mean as in next week, not this Thursday, next Thursday?
Yes,
23rd?
that's the 23rd.
23rd.
We could do the 23rd. We would reschedule one of our budget input meetings, but we're going to have to anyways, so.
You're talking about a full,
A full-blown council meeting just to
For
do
the
the budget.
Special meeting.
what time on the 23rd?
That would be at the council's direction to me.
6 o'clock, 6:30?
I'm okay with the 23rd at any
I
time.
think I'm all right, let me just.
I'm not real sure.
Yeah, 6 o'clock or 6:30?
Yeah.
I think try to keep it at 6:30, because that's all our meetings.
Wait a minute,
Somebody-
I'm hearing, we're not here?
All right, perfect, let's have it then. Less staff, the better.
I have 2 people off, not 3. I can do it without the 2. I can do it without, I can do it without you. We can have it on the 23rd. I am here, I am here, I can do it. Mhm.
Are you available? Yes, I am.
6:30?
At 6:30, okay.
And we're okay with notification to the public and all of that?
We will post it on our agenda, on our, do an e-blast, and we'll get the information out.
Did we decide 6 or 6:30?
6:30.
Thank you.
6:30 on the 23rd.
I think it's hard for Gene Goss.
Yeah, it's gonna be a struggle for
Can you
me.
not do it on Thursday?
We have a meeting that's pending, it's not been firmed up, but at work, so I'll do the best I can.
Well, let's get it calendared, and if we.
Yeah, and then
can
we
make
have to
an
move it.
adjustment, we can.
Maybe another day, Gene, do you have?
How about
That's a
Friday?
good one, I just don't know if a meeting's gonna take place or not, so
Sorry.
if I can know in the morning.
I mean, I can.
Fridays, as long as we're doing margaritas.
Well, we should do those at every council meeting.
Budget and Bruce.
This week isn't good with anyone? The rest of
No, I
I'm
can't
just
do
throwing it
Friday.
out, the rest of this week?
Not good. No.
No, okay.
When do you return, John?
I get back on the 22nd.
Oh.
I get back on Wednesday.
Do you get back early enough? or-
I could get back if, there's a library board meeting that night.
Well, that's,
Yeah, I mean, if we needed, does Wednesday work better for you, Gene?
Next Wednesday?
Or, yeah, the 22nd?
City attorney can't do Wednesday, and Jean can't do Wednesday, it looks
No.
like.
Can we push the 23rd till 7? Does that give you a little bit more time? Is it a time
It's
issue?
down in Long Beach. No, wouldn't make it, I just can't tell you right now, because it was left in the air today, so I'll know
Yeah, why don't
early
we,
in the morning.
so let's schedule it tentative and then
6:30.
hear from Councilmember
Yeah.
Goss and see what we can do. All right.
So you will call Elaine in the
Yeah.
morning if you need to change it?
Right.
Okay. Okay, adjourn.
Okay. Any items for future agenda?
Oh, you know what, we didn't talk about Friday, though.
I cannot Friday.
Okay, well, motion to adjourn?
so moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.